Sit. No. You can eat whatever he doesn't eat. Okay, I found a couple of things. Okay, is that good? Okay, all right. I'm with you. I haven't eaten since this morning. I'm sorry this has taken so long. You are David, I believe? All right. I'm Detective Teresa Sprague, and this is Detective Barb McClelland. First of all, on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department, we want to say how sorry we are for your loss, David, and also for everything that you're going through. I know this is very traumatic for you, okay? And it's just a terrible, terrible thing. So, what time is it? Do you know?
It is 21:15.
15, okay. All right, and I know you've been waiting a long time. We've just obviously had a lot to do to try and figure out what's going on here, okay? And we need your help doing that, okay? All right, can we just, and if you need to take a break, you tell me, okay? If you need anything at all, you let me know, okay? Okay. We appreciate your patience. I know you've been in this suit, and I can get you some clothes as well. But you understand why we needed to do what we needed to do, okay?
Of course, and we want to.
My understanding is that you've been very cooperative, so we just need to, obviously we need you, or we got to figure this out together, okay?
Of course.
What is your first name? Is your first name David?
It's David, M for Michael.
Michael.
Tronnes, Tronnes.
Tronnes, okay. And what is your date of birth?
6/29/68.
Okay. How tall are you, David?
6'2".
Okay, and how much do you weigh?
195.
Okay, blonde or brown hair?
A little of both.
A little of both. Okay. Okay. Hazel eyes, maybe?
I'll take hazel.
Blue, hazel. Okay.
They're dirty blue. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And your address is where you were today?
218 East Copeland.
Okay. Copeland. And that's a drive?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the zip code there?
32806.
Okay. Is there a home phone?
There is.
Okay.
I can't remember the last four digits. It's 407. The next three are easy. 704, the opposite. And I never call it.
The next three are 704?
It's 407, 704, and then I think it's 2808. It might be 2406, but I have it in my phone.
Okay.
We've had it since we were at Briarcliff, and Shanti uses it for work.
Okay.
It's her work line. I never use it.
Work line. What is your cell, hon?
My cell is 407 409 9290.
9290. Okay. And her cell?
321 444 8629.
8629. Okay. And what kind of phone does Shanti have?
Shanti has an iPhone 8 Plus.
iPhone 8 Plus?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a code on it? No code or pattern or anything?
There is a code when it comes up. It's just ones. So
all ones?
I think now the new ones are 6. The old ones were 4.
So 6 ones?
6 ones.
Okay. All right. iPhone 8 Plus. Is there a color on like the cover?
Rose gold.
Rose gold.
There's the cover is more. It's just there's a name for it, but it's like a G-Shock kind of clear plastic cover that goes over.
A G-Shock.
Yeah.
Clear plastic. Okay. And your phone is where?
The phone is on the Dell laptop. It's sitting on the glass coffee table downstairs, which was the garage. We're doing a renovation. I don't know.
Yeah, I was there. So you're okay. I did not go where the dogs were. So your phone is on the glass coffee table where the dogs are.
There's a love seat a white lily love seat and a matching sofa.
Mhm.
And in front of that is a coffee table. And we have an old Dell laptop down there. And
Okay, and so your phone is what?
my phone is a ZTE
Okay.
Z Max or Z Max
Okay.
Pro, something
Okay.
along those lines.
I know there's several phones, so.
I also have another Android phone. It's a Samsung, but I just use it for email and for casting to the TV and music and stuff.
Okay. Is there a phone number assigned to it?
There's no SIM card.
No SIM card. Okay, so no service
We were
necessarily.
just we've been planning to switch it.
Okay. Um. Where were you born, hon? City and state? Here?
I was born in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Okay. And when did you move to Florida?
In 2013,
Okay.
about 5 months after I met Shanti.
Did you meet her here or there?
No,
You met online? Okay. I'm sorry. Take your time. I'm so sorry. Can you tell me what year that was?
It was 2013.
2013 is when you met online?
Yeah.
Okay. And about 5 months later, did you move here and move in with her, or just move here?
I try to be as accurate as possible. I believe it was the end of September. My mom moved down. She lives in the same gated community that Shanti's grandmother lives in. And we bought a trailer there for my mom, and we moved her in. And then I stayed for a couple weeks and with Shanti, and I flew back and finished up the sale of our house. And my mom's house, I had already sold mine. Shanti and I had both been married before I got divorced, finalized in April, I think it was. I think it was March of 2013, and then I met Shanti in April.
Your divorce was final in March of 2013?
Yeah.
Okay. And you met her about a month later? What application was it, like? Match, okay. So you guys knew each other approximately 5 years this month. Right. Oh, I know this is tough. Take a minute, okay, Dave? I know this is super tough.
It's doing so good. It's doing so good. It was such a good weekend. I'd never been more in love. We were so happy.
Okay. Obviously, we don't know what happened in your home today, okay? We don't know what happened to Shanti yet. We know you called us, which is good, okay? And we know that obviously she's lost her life, okay? So we do need to, you're not under arrest, okay? I want you to understand that, okay? But we do need to read you your rights because you are in a police department with 2 detectives in this room and you've been here for quite some time, okay? And I want you to understand that. We're just trying to figure out what happened to her, okay? And so it's our job to do that, obviously, and we want to give you answers, her son answers. I mean, her family deserves that. Would you agree? Okay. Okay. So if you don't, I know you've probably never been through anything like this in your life, okay? And I'm going to help you get through it. So if you have questions, you want to stop me, please do so, okay? But I do need you to understand your rights before we ask you about anything that happened in that home today, okay? All right. Do you have your card on you, Barbie? Okay. And I just need you to answer aloud. I'm going to be looking down, okay, David? All right. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have a right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one, one will be provided for you before questioning without charge. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to us?
No.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Absolutely? Okay. All right. All right. So I'm assuming since you've been so patient and so cooperative that you're here because you want answers as well. Okay. These are yours? Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. So obviously we've been in your home and we have looked around. We've examined her. She is going to be taken into the medical examiner's care. Okay. So promise we're going to be with her, okay? The medical examiner's office will be with her. At your request, the officers contacted the school, and Jackson's dad has him. So, okay, we're still at your home. Your dogs are fine. Okay, we're going to be at your home for a little while. Okay, so I need you to we're going to continue kind of down this path about how you all met. I know you met on Match.com. And about 5 months of what would it be, telephone, text, and
we just started every other weekend flying.
Back and forth.
So,
okay.
I came down the first time, then she came up, and I don't know if it was perfectly sequential like that the whole time, but for the most part, until September, I spent a couple weeks here at her. She was living with her parents at the time because she had recently divorced Jim, Jackson's dad.
Okay.
And so she needed them to. She was traveling a lot for her job at that point, so she needed them to take care of him on the days that she had partial custody.
Okay.
It was it was beyond acrimonious. I mean, they were at each other's, for quite a while, and
at each other how?
Vindictive and mean and nasty things to Jackson and that kind of thing, and blaming each other. Shanti had an affair, and she said it was because Jim had been cruel and mean, to her. And he found out, and they were living up north at the time. Just tell me when I'm talking too much. I'm not sure.
You're not. They were living where?
They were living in North Florida, south of Gainesville, north of Ocala. And they would take me a second to remember the name of the exact town. They were out in the sticks. They had an acreage, and she was afraid to be with him. And so they moved back here. Her plan was to, once she was back in Orange County, to leave him. And she didn't want the divorce to happen up there because then if he stayed, she'd have to stay to be with Jackson. And she wanted to come back home with her family.
Her family was here?
Yeah, her mom and her stepdad lived over in, I think it's called West... It's East Colonial and Dean, and I'm trying to think of the name of the street.
Okay.
Vista Way, Vista Drive, something like that, over there.
Okay.
And we lived there with them.
You did? Together? Okay.
When I moved in October, I think it was the end of October or so, and
2013.
home.
So when you first moved down, you moved in with her folks, her
Yeah.
stepdad and her mom?
We had an offer on a short sale, and waited and waited and waited, and it fell through. And then we ultimately ended up renting where we are living now, on Briarcliff.
You
We
remember
just
the
wanted to
address?
get-
You remember the address there?
210. I would have to look it up. It's between Summerlin and Eola.
You rented a home or an
We
apartment?
rented a home
Okay.
with the intention of finding a house to buy in the neighborhood.
Do you know what years you were on Briarcliff?
So we moved out of her parents' home in the spring of 2014, so we were there a little less than a year. And we were at Briarcliff for about a year, I think.
Okay. For about a year.
So
Okay.
that got us from late spring. I would,
Of 2015?
so what I would say is May 2014, moved to Briarcliff, and then we closed on the house on Copeland in April of 2015. We didn't move in right away. It took a few months to work on it.
So when you say you got a deal on a short sale, is that house? What did you mean by
We
that?
had, before I came down, before I moved down, Shanti and I found a house. We were looking for houses before I moved. The one we ended up wanting to purchase was on short sale. And
That's the one that fell through.
And
Okay.
they never came through.
Okay. So you closed in May of 2015, and you started doing work. Was it in the condition that it's in now? Was it under renovation or?
It was fully livable. It was just an older Victorian-style home. And Shanti wanted to completely open it up, open concept, totally. And completely do it. And we weren't sure what we were going to do, but as we got into it, we found more and more issues. We had to, kind of keep going. It would have been difficult to renovate on top of some of the termite damage and water damage and that type of thing.
So it was completely livable. So in its condition now, you guys have almost completely gutted it down to the studs, pretty much.
Yeah, that only really happened in 16. So we really lived in the house all of 15, and even the beginning of 16, we had the family room in the kitchen, and we still slept upstairs in what we call the accommodation or the apartment.
Okay.
But we weren't quite as restricted as we are now.
Who's doing the work?
So I pulled the permit, and I'm basically the general contractor for the project. I'm hiring subcontractors, and I hired a consultant to help us do that, who's more familiar with the, he's a GC himself, but because I have the permit, he's acting in a little bit different role.
And who is that?
His name is Keith Ori, O-R-I.
Keith Ori.
Yeah.
And what's the name of his business, if he has one?
Parhelion, H-E-L-I-O-N.
P-A-R?
H-E-L-I-O-N. Holmes, I think is.
Okay.
He's a local guy. He lives around the corner, and he had done another house down the street.
So he's consulting with you to hire subcontractors
Yeah.
to kind of guide you through the process?
Exactly.
Okay. So has there been work crews at the house?
We finished the demo and started the framing that you see in January. We did the foundation in November and December. And under Keith's guidance and help, we finished the plan and the kind of overall scope of work last September and October. So it's been moving slowly, but it's a huge project.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay. So do you work outside of that environment?
Our goal right now is to finish the house as soon as possible. I have maintained my sales associate real estate license, which I got here in 2014, I think. I've maintained it in what's called inactive status.
Okay.
I've done my continuing ed and kept it up.
Okay. So how long have you been living? I'm assuming you're living in the rear apartment. How long consistently have you been living up there? The whole time, or just since you...
We took the kitchen out in like late winter, so February, March, spring of 2016. And we still had the family room, which is a 600-foot family Florida room that's kind of bolted onto one side.
Okay.
Up until maybe end of 2016, so a year and 3 or 4 months.
So the kitchen's been gone that long. How long have you been sleeping and everybody kind of living? Have you slept up there the whole time?
We've been doing that the whole time.
Yeah. Okay. So it's been, and you bought it in 2015? Been 2 to 3 years
Yeah.
since you've been doing the renovation?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. What does Shanti do? What does she do for a living?
She's a financial accounting consultant for a software program called, I'm sorry, my mind is completely shook up. So it's called Made to Manage. Sometimes they just call it M2M. And it is a ERP, kind of a boutique ERP program. And she worked for that company when I met her. And she left them shortly after I moved here, I'd say November of 13. Started the company that she has now.
Which is called?
Process Improvement Solutions.
Solutions. Okay. And is that a financial accounting style?
She does. So she had, while she was there, a large number of clients and continues to expand on those clients. So basically anybody who has that program needs continuous help integrating it into their manufacturing and accounting systems.
She was able to keep some of the clients from the other company?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was a little bit difficult at first, but she's the only person who could do it.
She worked from home? Okay. How financially, how are you guys doing? Was it her business that was keeping you afloat?
I bought the house with cash that I had. We don't have a note. And I've used mostly my cash that I had saved from I had a career at 3M before I came here. A pretty successful long career, and I did well in real estate as well. So I came down here with about 800 or 900,000. And we bought the house for cash.
Well, how much did the house cost?
$608.
So that you guys own the house free and clear. Is your name only on it, or was it both of yours?
When we bought the house, we weren't married, and so we put it in a trust, and we just completed the trust paperwork end of last year, beginning of this year, to put her name on the trust and slowly kind of migrate my mom, she's 82, off of it for financial reasons and estate planning reasons. It just made more sense.
Your mom's name was on the trust?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the reason for that? Was it you and your mom, or just your mom?
The reason was if anything would happen, we put her trailer in the trust as well, so it was a property trust for our family. And I'm an only child, and father hasn't been part of my life. So we've always done everything like that together.
Okay.
I've always taken care of her.
Okay. She lives here?
Affairs. She does.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the same area or complex that her grandmother, that Shanti's grandmother lives in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called Gulfstream Harbor.
Gulfstream Harbor.
Down in Hoffner and Old Goldenrod.
Okay. So you started to put Shanti's name on the home at the end of last year, beginning of this year. Was that process completed or no?
We got the trust documentation back from LegalZoom. We do all of our legal documents ourselves, and the only thing left to do was to notarize it. We weren't sure because she's also an only child, and Jackson is an only child, and we didn't know who to put if something happened to both of us. So we had kind of talked about it and debated it, and we finally just said it doesn't really matter. Let's just move forward. That's the most important thing. And then, so we did, and we were just getting ready to notarize it. She was going to have it ready. One of the local accounts, Susan Notary, that she uses do that. But that was the last.
That was the last step, and then it would have been finalized once it was notarized, or would it have to be filed, or?
As far as we're concerned, it was finalized now, but at that point it would have been official. I don't think we filed it before. When we asked about it the first time when we did it, they said it's a good idea, but you don't have to.
Okay.
And we just basically titled the house in the name of the trust. We thought that was the best thing to do at the time, and Shanti and Jim had a pretty massive foreclosure up at, I'll think of it, I'm sorry.
Up in the Gainesville vicinity?
So her credit was bad, and she wasn't able to get a mortgage, and she didn't want to be on it at that time. We thought it made more sense to do it that way.
Okay.
We got married last year.
You got married in 2017, what month?
In February.
What day?
22nd.
Okay. And that was here in Orange County? Okay. Okay. And you've been, so once you moved to Florida, you've been living together the whole time, just home to home, just first with their folks, then Briarcliff, and then this residence.
Mm-hmm.
But you've been together the whole time. Have you ever broken up?
We had a couple nights. We were living at Briarcliff.
Okay.
We spent a few nights apart.
A few nights.
I just went down to the windows.
Mm-hmm. So not like it was over, it was just a break. Couple days. What were you arguing about at that time?
Shanti runs her business 7 days a week. She was very, very busy getting it established, and she felt bad. She was technically fired from FT, which is a parent company of M2M, and she really wanted to make her prove herself, and I think she was their lead consultant. She was their star. They had to fire her for technical reasons because she was doing some work on the side for some of their clients, and they couldn't. Once they found out, they couldn't let it go. But I know that the relations have been warm since then, and they've been invited several times to come back and be at least as a consultant involved in their business.
Oh, wow.
If things came back real quick. But she's
so when you guys would argue, when you would go to your mom's, it was just because she was busy all the time, or what would the beef be?
Her work had a lot of stress involved, and she would sometimes. We always agreed, later that she was just overworked and tired, and
So she'd get a little snippy or short or yell, scream, what?
just irritable.
Irritable.
Sometimes it just, it's not really, I don't really do that. It's not really, I'm not just going to stand there and, so I just, I would just say, why don't we take a break, or just let it, a little cool down period, and every time we did it, we came back. I think we only did it twice, but we were stronger.
Okay.
I mean, we may have only done that once.
And has that happened since you moved where you are now? Because now we've got the added stress of the renovation.
No, we love it. We love the, we love what we're doing to the house. We love the vision that we had for the house. It's totally, I mean,
I know.
That made me happy. It made her happy. It was a thing that we did together.
Mm-hmm.
She wanted to quit her job when we got the house done, or just kind of, slowly phase out of it. And I was going to get my GC license, and we were going to buy and renovate homes.
And flip houses. Okay.
High-end stuff, yeah.
Were you home? You said something earlier. I think you said something about having a great weekend. Were you guys home all weekend, or what happened?
Shanti had, to really answer your question, Shanti had her appendix out on February, I want to say 23rd. It was a 10 out of 10. It ruptured and it had an abscess. She sat at RMC for 10 hours with a ruptured appendix before they could get her. And she's been in a lot of pain, and she's not wanted to touch Jackson or any of her clients, but she thought, a couple of times that she would really need to take a break, and definitely slow down, and definitely not add a whole lot more work. She could do more if she wanted to. I'm sorry, I can't talk about her in the past.
That's fine. And that's very normal, David. That's very normal. Because you're not going to process this for a really long time. So, and I know it feels like a really bad dream. Okay.
Keith also does. Our lives are busy. I'm so sorry. I know you're asking simple questions, but Keith does a TV show, Home Improvement.
Keith, the guy you mentioned, Ori? Okay.
It's called Zombie House Flipping. And in March, he asked us to be on the show, have our house be one of the homes featured, which meant that we would get a lot of what they call trade-outs and promotional sponsorship to do.
Any financial incentive to do that?
Big. That's what they call trade-out. I'm sorry, that's what they call trade-outs. So there are sponsors. That's one of the things I was working on yesterday, was putting together a list of the sponsorships, the windows, doors, cabinets, and so maybe instead of getting granite, you get quartz, or maybe instead of getting, middle range cabinets, you get high-end stuff. And we're also working on kind of just an amazing open concept stairway in the middle of the house that was going to go all the way up to the loft. And that was coming together. Keith had given us the assurance on Sunday that we were officially on the show. We were super, super, super excited.
He told you just this past Sunday?
Yeah.
So they hadn't started filming yet?
No, this is a long process. This is a long, long process.
When did you expect that to start?
He told us that they would be starting on May 7th.
And so they'd come in and start filming?
Mm-hmm.
Would they film you all or just the work?
No. Yeah, it's just the house. They're the stars. They come in, but it was just kind of exciting, and Jackson was super excited about it. Been talking about it. He'd watched all the episodes of the previous seasons, and
was Jackson with you all this weekend?
He had a sleepover, so we had him Friday. We have him every day after school. And Jim takes him on his weekends and his evenings.
So you guys had him Friday, and then Saturday he was at someone's home?
Yeah, so on Friday we had him, we watched a movie, we had a great night. was super stoked about his sleepover. We went over with him. So we finally got around to your other question. Shanti was a pretty big drinker before her appendicitis, and she couldn't drink at all afterwards.
What did she drink?
Wine.
Okay.
And she had lost a ton of weight, and she was super happy about that. She was just in a lot of pain because she hadn't found anything that she could really eat and digest easily without getting nauseous.
And her appendix was removed, you said, in February?
23rd, I believe.
And so she hadn't been able to drink alcohol since? She couldn't tolerate it, or she was told not to?
I wouldn't tolerate it. I was told not to, both.
Both?
I mean, it wasn't appealing because, you know, it's like you have a sip and you feel sick, so it just...
Mm-hmm.
But we were doing great. We were both, you know, in it. I was supporting her.
Were you with her at ORMC when her appendix ruptured?
I brought her to the hospital, yeah.
Okay.
And stayed with her the whole time.
How long was she inside ORMC? Was it just overnight, or?
That was a Friday. And she went to her primary in the morning. Primary said turn around and go to the ER immediately. She came home. We packed up a couple things. I drove her over there at 12:30 or 1. And we sat there until almost midnight. You know.
And it ruptured before she was seen?
It was ruptured when we got there, and you know, it's quite as much as you can know without, you know, being inside. And it was one of the biggest bonding experiences that we've ever had. We felt closer than we've ever felt. And drinking both of us was a great thing. We were both getting healthier, and
You slowed down because she couldn't drink?
it wasn't any fun. Yeah, I drank. When I met her, I didn't drink at all, and I just did it because she liked to do it, and it was fun to do together. But it wasn't something to do alone, really.
Mm-hmm.
And we just felt like we found like this great rhythm, and we were both really, really happy. We were talking more, and we were, you know, it was great. We were really, really, really happy. And Saturday night, I think, was the first night that she had, you know, a few glasses of wine. And she didn't feel great Sunday, but she really enjoyed just being kind of out and relaxing a little bit.
When you say out, did you guys do something?
We went to the parents of Jackson's friend, Max. Their names are Dottie and Rob.
Dottie and
Rob. And I'm sorry, I don't remember the last name. But anyway, we stayed over there and just, you know, socialized. And since her surgery, she hadn't really been out doing anything. Nothing had really appealed to her. She hadn't had the energy. And so we did that, and it was really fun.
So you were at their home?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember about where that is, or a road, or?
We live right out of Michigan, between not quite after. I think it's after Blankner, a couple of blocks, so a couple of blocks east of Mills, off Michigan.
Do you know how late you stayed?
Yeah, I think we were there until around midnight.
And then Jackson stayed with Max?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go out anywhere after that?
Mm-mm. Came straight home. We haven't, since her surgery, we haven't been able to have sex. And we wanted to try, and we did. And little bit of time to ourselves. We had a great weekend with Jackson. She took a little time, or that she's in a slower period of work at the moment because a lot of her work comes at the end of the month, when books close in the first week, that kind of thing. So she's just, this is the first middle of the month slow period she's felt well enough to really enjoy herself. And the break we had to take because of the show was perfect because she was so sick for most of March that she wouldn't have wanted people around anyway. It just seemed like everything was coming together, and she has been anxious to get the house done, but she also wanted to be on the show really bad and do it up. So it just felt like the first time in a while that all the stars had really aligned.
Yeah. When you said she hasn't been able to have sex since the surgery, and so the first time you tried was Saturday night, is it fair to say that went smoothly, it was fine, or did not work, did not happen for her?
It went well for her, and we tried again the next day, and it went even better for her, and she felt like she had the first. She worked so hard. Yeah, so much pain.
She wasn't experiencing pain?
She just felt like she had the first release and, just like relaxing, like, moment in months and months, and that made me feel good because I felt like, that's, that I'm fulfilling my role, and I just think we just came together.
So you had sex Saturday and Sunday, and there's no issues as far as...
She was at the end of her period, and it was messy. It was very messy. Other than that was...
What do you mean messy?
She was still bleeding.
Okay. So are you saying that blood is got somewhere?
I understand the gravity of the question, and at the same time, it did get on the bedspread, and it did get on the side of the bed.
Which side of the bed?
The left-hand side as you face it.
As you face the end of the bed? Where on the left-hand side?
Everywhere on the bedspread, on the sheet.
So, is there something covering that up now, or no?
We changed the sheets.
You changed the sheets? Okay. And what day was that?
On Monday after Jackson went to school.
So those have already been washed, or you put them back on the bed, or what happened?
Those are washed.
Those are washed. Are they back in the bed now, or are they folded somewhere?
They're folded. We put a new set on.
A new set. Okay. So there shouldn't be blood on the bed now, or is there?
There shouldn't be. She was bleeding when I brought her out of the tub. I brought her into the living area and set her down. I didn't know how bad she was injured. I had a towel. It was bleeding. I tried to wipe up, and when I picked her up, when I pulled her, she bled more. I tried to sit her up. She had. At first, I tried to do CPR, but she was stiff, and she had water. And when I pushed her, blood came out and water came out, and she was bleeding on the side of her face.
Okay.
And I wiped her up. I tried to clean her. I tried to open it.
Okay. Sounds like you tried. Okay. We'll get to there. We'll get to that, David. The rest of Sunday. So she's at the end of her period. I understand. So you were saying that there was some blood there.
I would guess there is blood there. I would
Okay.
guess there is. I would guess there is still. We picked up the sheets and we wiped it off, but
Okay.
we didn't.
Okay. But was she? But I imagine as a woman, as we are at the end of your period, you're wearing. Normally to bed, you wear like underwear and a pad or tampon, or etc. So if she's at the end of her period, she should still be.
This was during sex, is what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying after that though. Like when you're not
Definitely
having
was.
sex and you're in bed,
Correct.
you'd have like underwear and a pad on,
Correct.
tampon, whatever.
Correct.
So you don't bleed in bed all the time or bleed in your
Oh, no,
clothes or
absolutely.
whatever. So
Absolutely.
normally you'd have some sort of feminine protection on if you're not having sex.
We normally
Is that
put a
fair?
towel- yeah, and we normally put a towel
Down, yeah.
down.
As
is
a lot
what
of
we
couples
try to
do.
That's
Mhm.
for me. So we don't have to clean that up.
Hmm.
But we ended up getting everything everywhere that night.
Okay. So on Sunday, Jackson's still.
She was
Coming
livid.
home.
She was livid. She couldn't get a hold of Dottie. She's not answering her phone. She's not, responding.
She couldn't get a hold of Dottie to bring him home, or what?
They had made kind of a loose arrangement. We only have Jackson half the time, so it's kind of a, for us, we're happy that he wants to do a sleepover and go, but we really want to get him back and enjoy the day with him. So she wanted to get him back as soon as possible, and she didn't know what their plans were. She knew they were planning on going to Universal, and she was worried that he was going to want to do that, and that he wasn't going to come home until 5 or 6 or 7, and we were going to go a couple days without seeing him, and then, school would start again. So she was a little bit excited about that, and that was it. But we had the whole morning to ourselves, so we tried again, and she had, as I said, the kind of quality experience that she needs. That's just that's who she is.
So you spent Sunday together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you go anywhere?
No, they went to. So she ultimately couldn't get a hold of them, so she just went over there. She got Jackson and his stuff. It was cordial. They were just playing at a neighbor's. But I think they went after that to Publix to get some food. They came back, and we just did a family day in the pool. And
So you didn't go with her. She went to get him. And did you stay at the house, or did you go somewhere else?
I stayed at the house.
Okay. And which Publix did she go to?
I believe the one we always go to. It's Orange Avenue, but there's a name for the plaza there.
Orange and Pine Lock, or where?
It's the one just off of Michigan on Orange, but there's a name for it. South. I'll think of it, but the name of that plaza is called South something.
What time would she have been at Publix?
I bet that she left around 12:30. I bet that she got out of Rob and Dottie's around 1:30, and I think they got back around 2:30. It's a little bit of a guess, but it's directionally very, very close.
And so when she comes home Sunday, it's you, Jackson, and Shanti, and you just stay at home and have a pool get together?
It only happen every other Sunday. It's our family day, and we do like to have an early meal, watch a movie, and if the weather's nice, get the dogs outside and do something fun.
Is that kind of what you did?
That's exactly what
What
we
we
did.
did?
Yeah.
Did anybody come over?
No.
Okay. And so Jackson would have obviously been with you guys Sunday night, and then anything unusual happened Sunday night? Everything good?
Perfect.
Okay. She having any sort of issues at all?
She hasn't found since the appendectomy a diet that she can eat regularly and feel good.
Okay.
She has a nauseous, watery bile vomit after she eats, and that's been going on. And I know that she wasn't feeling well. Her period, I hate to keep talking about this, but this is the level of detail that we're at, was extremely painful. Her stomach pain from the appendectomy is multiplied several times during her period. And they warned her that your first 2 or 3 periods after the surgery will be brutal. And they have been. But like I say, we felt like we were just coming down off of that. We got a bunch of information that we wanted. She had closed a couple things with her job that had been bugging her, that had been nagging her. Like I say, it's the first time I felt since the surgery itself that we were really not for any disagreeability between us, but just the first time we'd had a break. Everything had come together, and that she was feeling better.
So it has been somewhat tense living like that and going through everything you guys have been going through, plus her medical, plus she's trying to work and bring money in. She's got stress at work. So it's been, I guess, fair to say tense, but things starting to line up.
I just would say that we've been anxious to get it lined up. Excuse me, I had a thought. We have the renovation paid for. We have the money for the renovation in savings ready to go. We did a calculation on Saturday, I think it was. We think we probably have, with the help that we'll get from the show, another $150 on our part to finish it. We have that money sitting there, and we have enough money on top of that to start the business that we want to start from that.
To flip houses.
And at that point, we don't have a mortgage. We have a fully renovated 5,000 square foot home in the neighborhood we want to live in with a yard and a pool. It's just what we've always wanted.
Dream come true, yeah.
So there's no way we could ever sell, move, and find that. We bought a house that we knew how we would renovate to some degree because of the location and the zoning and everything that it did have.
Yeah. So, do you recall Sunday night about what time everybody goes to sleep since you're all in the same room?
We go to bed early on school nights, so 8:30 we're winding down, 9 o'clock lights are low. I think I took a shower at that time while they were, getting into bed. I remember kissing them goodnight.
Okay, tell me about Monday morning.
Monday morning, we were excited because of what we had talked about on Sunday with the show. Shanti's a planner, so we wanted to put together a spreadsheet of all the potential vendors and what we were calling trade-ups that we could get for the house. He had asked to prioritize what our most important ones were. So I spent the day doing that. She spent the day, very, very light work day. She took a walk for the first day. And she used to like to take a walk, every other morning or so. It's the first time she's been able to do it since the surgery.
So she took a walk Monday morning? Okay. Which way does where does she go? Like, does she go far?
She just does a circuit down Delaney Avenue and kind of up to Lake Davis and back.
Delaney to Lake Davis. Okay. Okay, so you're working on the computer. She gets up and does this walk. What time? Does she take Jackson to school?
She always takes Jackson to school when she's feeling up to it, and she picks him up when she's feeling up to it and she's busy.
What time does he have to be there?
He leaves around 8:10.
8:10? So, I don't know where Blankner is exactly. Is it close, or does she drive?
Oh, I just remember that was our whole reason for wanting to live in this spot. It's just up to Delaney, 2 blocks to Kaylee.
Does she walk him there, or does she drive him?
Drives him.
She drives him. Okay, got it. So she would have done that, or she did do that Monday morning? Okay, did you go or home? No. So she runs him to school and then goes on her walk, or the other way around?
Yeah, no, nothing happens until we take Jackson to school.
Okay.
And
then she goes for a
What
walk.
I'm saying is she had some breathing normally when she's in her busy phase for work. She's on the phone when she comes back, and she's on the phone until dinner. But
It's the end of the month, that whole thing.
yeah, in this thing, she comes home, she's relaxed, she's got a night's sleep, and she has the time to go do a walk. And then we strategized. I showed her the list that I was working on. I think I worked on it until 2, 3, and I exercised the dogs, and she went to get Jackson.
2 to 3 p.m. Okay. And then you took the dogs out to go for a walk?
I did take them for the walk, and our dogs swim in the pool almost every day.
Okay.
So I take them in to do that. We usually spend 45 minutes or an hour, and I think after some of that day, Jackson was also out there throwing a frisbee as well.
She picked up him or Jackson what time Monday?
I don't know exactly. I would say it was earlier than 4:30. I would guess it was probably around 4. She had to go to the post office. She had to get. She picks up checks from her mailbox. She went to the bank.
She picked up what? Jackson?
Her
Post office, you said?
her
Bank?
clients. She bills her. She does all her work around. Her clients send her checks. She goes to the bank, to the post office to pick them up. She has a PO box there. Cashes the checks, deposits them. Goes to get Jackson, and I think they, if I'm not mistaken, I think they might have stopped to get something that day as well. But I think they got home around 4:30, and I think she left around 3:30. So I don't know exactly
Do you
when
remember
it actually
if,
picked him up.
do you remember if you were home when they got home or
I was.
you were there with the dogs?
Sometime it was.
Okay, so tell me about Monday night. What happened? What did you guys do? Does he go to his dad's or?
Monday night is Jim's first night in his new job, or his first day in his new job, and so he ended up picking Jackson up early. I think Jackson was only there a very short time, and so they went upstairs to work on his homework, and then we get a text from Jim that he's coming shortly or is on the way, and they came downstairs. Jim, as I said, I was just pull into the end of the driveway, and Jackson would go meet him, and we would walk him down there. Shanti would normally do it. Sometimes I would do it.
Okay. So do you recall what happened Monday night, if that was you and Jim or Shanti and Jackson? Did you do it? Did you all
I was
do
in
it?
the pool with the dogs. When
You were in the pool with the dogs. Okay.
I know because Jim has a loud truck, and I heard it outside.
What kind of truck does he drive?
A white Toyota
And when you say it's loud, is that exhaust or what is it?
like an aftermarket exhaust.
Aftermarket.
It's meant to be loud. It's not. When I was a kid, you might go to broad and it would just be loud. This is intentionally loud.
So you heard him arrive. Okay. And so he goes with him sometime in the early evening or late afternoon.
Six used to be the normal pickup time, and I think he was there shortly after 5. So.
5 p.m.-ish. Okay. All right. And then do you guys go anywhere, do anything, or you stay home?
I think we made dinner together.
So that would have been Monday night. Did you watch TV?
We did.
Any idea what?
American Idol.
Okay.
We had, so I remember she picked up Pizza Hut. I think she's been eating a lot of.
She's able to eat that?
She's able to enjoy it more than most of the things that are available to her. But, she didn't feel well after she ate it. This was last night.
Did she get sick?
She had the same nauseous vomiting. Nothing really came up. But,
Nothing came up? Okay.
bile and kind of clear fluids that there felt like shit was coming, but nothing ever came. I sat with her. We watched a couple of episodes where we're getting ready to go to bed at midnight, and she said her stomach hurt so bad that she wanted to just sit because she felt like she was going to go. So I sat with her for an hour or so.
And so you were awake past midnight?
Mm-hmm. We were up late last night. Yeah.
And when you're watching television, is that in the same room you sleep in, or downstairs in the other garage?
In the same room we sleep in.
Okay, that large television there. So you stayed up till how late, do you think?
I think we turned the TV off around midnight, or shortly thereafter, but we stayed up and she was just sitting in the bathroom because she felt like she was going to be sick.
She was sitting in the bathroom?
We were sitting, I think I was sitting on the floor with my back to the door.
You were in there with her?
She didn't want to be alone. We sleep separately most of the time. She has really severe sleep apnea. One of the other things with the appendectomy and the nausea and all the stuff that has come after the surgery is her sleep. Many times her sleeping has been difficult.
Does she, when you say she has sleep apnea, does she stop breathing? Does she snore? Does she have a CPAP? What do you?
All of the above. She has a CPAP, but she doesn't use it because she can't sleep with it. It keeps her awake. So she sleeps without it, but she snores a lot and she wakes up frequently.
So where would you sleep?
I sleep downstairs.
And where is that?
Downstairs on the couch.
In the garage area? Okay.
Especially when Jackson's there, it just gives them a little more privacy, and it doesn't really change. You know, when he's there, we're just there for him. So.
Okay, so you wake up Tuesday morning and you're in the garage on the couch?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what your recollection is? Okay. What time did you get up?
I woke up before 7.
Before 7?
Hopefully 6:45 or so.
Okay, and what do you do?
Tuesday's garbage day, and we got a ton of rain the night before, so I went outside. I can't remember exactly what I was doing in the courtyard. The pool was full of leaves from the magnolia. I know I cleaned the pool out. Took the dogs out.
Did the dog stay there in the room, same room with you the night before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. What next?
She had said, I don't think either one of us had really, gone to sleep much before 2 the night before, so she said she was going to try to sleep in a little bit, so I didn't. I usually wait for her to come down. She came down after 7 o'clock, probably almost 7:30. She hadn't been awake very long. She had a cigarette. She said she wasn't feeling very well.
Was she smoking it?
Pardon me?
Was she smoking a cigarette?
Correct.
What does she smoke? What kind?
American Spirit menthols.
Do you smoke?
I occasionally smoke. Again, it's kind of a social thing to do with her. And she works hard. She works all the time, and so she'll come down, sit on the porch, have a cigarette, and if I'm in the garage from there, she says, "Come sit with me, talk to me," And that would normally be, you know, just kind of a social thing that we would do together. But I used to smoke when I was younger, but I don't smoke regularly now. I don't buy packages.
You'll once in a while what?
Share one or bum one from her.
So when she came down, did she come down into the garage where you were, or out by the pool, or where?
We sat. No, she always smokes outside. She never smokes indoors.
Okay.
So she sat down where she always sits,
Which is
on the edge of the little outdoor. I was going to call it a chase, but it's just a little. It's the brown wicker with the beige cushions that you see just on the other side of the grill.
Okay.
And she had chipped her tooth the day before, and she had made a dentist appointment for this morning, but she said she wasn't sure if she wanted to go because she didn't feel good and she didn't want to have anesthesia and all of that.
Who's her dentist?
That was the other issue. She was looking for a new dentist. She wasn't happy with the one that she had. She's been going to this place called Greenberg Dental.
Is that where she made the appointment?
Correct. And she had asked me the day before. I had gone to a holistic dentist a few times here. And she's had a lot of problems with her teeth, and she was thinking that maybe she would want to get a new dentist and not do the traditional root canal. She was afraid she was going to have a root canal on it because she already had a crown.
Which tooth chipped?
Back, molar, I believe it was probably the upper left. She said it was uncomfortable. She rubbed my finger over it just to show me how rough it was.
Does she have a root canal there now?
She doesn't have a root canal there now. She said she had a crown.
Crown.
And she said the doctor told her last time that if she didn't fix the crown, replace it with a new crown, and it cracked, there wouldn't be any tooth there for her. And she was upset because now she felt like they were going to have to drill in and put do something more severe. And she was still in a lot of pain from the surgery, and she didn't really want to go through
Another
oral surgery.
Yeah. So how did it crack? Did she tell you?
She ate. It was while she was eating lunch. She was eating tacos.
On what day?
Monday.
Monday? And she felt it crack?
Yeah, she spit it. She came down and goes, "My tooth is cracked." And she
Had it in her hand?
She immediately made an appointment, yeah. Showed it to me. It was while she was eating lunch, and then she called right away to see if she could get in the next day.
But then what time was the appointment for?
10.
10 a.m.?
Mm-hmm.
And she decided she didn't want to go, or what'd she do?
The last time that we really talked about it, so she went back upstairs. She said she was going to do a few things. And she came back. She said she was tired. She said she might sleep a little bit more. And try to decide if she wanted to go or not. I was downstairs feeding the dogs. Cleaning up this normal morning routine. And she came down again. I saw her.
She came down again, and what happened?
Came down. And I've thought about it. I've tried to think exactly what time it is, but I don't know exactly. I would say probably 9:15. And the reason I know that is she said, I'm not sure if I'm going to go to the appointment yet or not. But I'm going to get cleaned up and ready to go, and I'll let you know. And I said I'm going to take the dogs for a walk. I said I'm going to go for a walk. And she said, okay, I'll see you when I get back, if I go. And
Did you take the dogs for a walk?
I went for a walk.
By yourself?
By myself.
And where'd you go?
I went around Lake Lucerne, so I went to Orange.
Lake Lucerne?
I go around Lake Copeland and then down to Lucerne.
And then where?
Around Davis. I'm sorry, around Cherokee and then Davis and then back.
And you think you did that about 9:15?
I left a few minutes later. I left probably 9:25 or so. I had fed the dogs and I only get a chance to do that once a week or so. We were just kind of taking a slow, easy day.
Okay, so how long do you think you were gone?
I came back. It's at least an hour. It's probably 10:35, 10:45 would be real close.
Okay.
And both cars were still there, so I assumed that meant that she had decided not to go.
Which cars?
Both of our cars.
Which are?
Toyota RAV and Lexus RX 330.
Toyota RAV4.
RAV4.
What color?
White.
And then you said a Lexus
RX 330.
RX 330. What color?
White.
Okay, so both cars are there, so you assume she didn't go to the dentist?
Right?
Okay.
She could have gotten back in, in
an hour?
For
Series.
Mm-hmm. So, I told her earlier that I was going to take the dogs to the park. I take them to Park of Americas to let them run.
Park of Americas?
Mm-hmm. It's on Andis, just off of 408.
On Andes?
Right.
Okay. You told her you were going to do that? Which vehicle is yours?
She drives. The Lexus is technically titled in my name, and the RAV she's had for a long time, but she doesn't drive the RAV anymore. She only drives the Lexus. And we basically only use the RAV when we have the dogs or we're doing something else. So I took the dogs for a short walk. I did a couple things around. I was thinking about the stairway, and I decided I did a couple measurements for the stairway. I walked the dogs just around the block to give them a chance to go to the bathroom.
This is after your walk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you took measurements in the main house?
Mm-hmm.
Did you write those down anywhere?
No, we have some 2x4s, and we have a couple of tape measures out there, and we're just basically trying to work the geometry out. This year we're looking at pictures. We got a quote last week from a company that we thought was way too high, but we were just trying to distill from that what we could have our carpenters build on their own.
So when you say you went in the main house to take measurements for the stairway, what did you do exactly?
Took the tape measure that's sitting on the floor in there and moved it to see where the rise would start the stairs. Her office starts right at the entryway, and we were trying to decide how much distance we would need. The stairs we want start a little close. So we were adjusting the numbers as far as the tread widths and the rise of the stairs to see how quickly we could get to the landing, so we could have this kind of panoramic big glass railing at the top of it.
Okay.
So I had some ideas about that, and I just wanted to see how much room that left us between the doors. It was perfect. It was exactly what she and I had talked about the day before. And then I put the dogs in the car, and I took them to
Park of Americas.
Which vehicle?
Toyota.
And you took them to Park of Americas about what time?
So 11:45. I think it's before noon.
Okay. Did you eat breakfast?
All I had was I make a smoothie,
Mm-hmm.
so I drank the smoothie.
So you had to go in the house and go upstairs to do that?
I went in I don't usually bother Shanti during the day when she's working. She usually comes down when she wants to eat or smoke or take a break. She's usually on the phone or working, so I tend not to go up there during the day. But I came in, I grabbed a couple of waters, packed up the dogs, and went because I knew that if she did have a busy afternoon, I was going to have to pick up Jackson. And she wanted me to get there and get back in case we needed to do that.
So where are the waters and how do you make your smoothie? Where is all that stuff?
It's in the breezeway. We have 2 fridges downstairs. One fridge is in the breezeway. The smoothie's all pre-made. Mason jars in the refrigerator.
Okay, so when you got water in a smoothie, that's outside in the breezeway? In the fridges?
I got a glass that was in the garage, and I brought the bottle of smoothie in and poured it.
So you didn't have to go upstairs, or you didn't go upstairs?
I didn't go upstairs.
You didn't go upstairs. Okay. All right. So you leave approximately 11:45. Take the dogs in the white Toyota RAV4 to the Park of Americas on Andes. So far?
Correct.
Okay. Do you holler up, text her, tell her you're leaving? Any communication?
I didn't.
You didn't? So you're assuming she's home because the car's there,
Mm-hmm.
and you had already mentioned you were going to do this, so you did not communicate about that you were leaving. She knew. So in your mind, she's there. You don't say anything about, I'm heading out, I'll be back before Jackson needs to be picked up. Is there any communication on your phone with her while you're gone? No? When was the last time you had telephone, text, on any Facebook, any sort of communication via phone with Shanti?
The day before when she told me Jim was coming early to get Jackson.
So would that have been a phone call or a text?
She texted around between 3 and 4 that Jim was coming early.
Jim was coming early?
Mm-hmm. And that helped me figure out when she left because I want to say that was shortly after 3, and she left shortly thereafter to go.
To go get him?
Mm-hmm.
So the last communication in any way on the phone would have been Monday,
Mm-hmm.
when that communication occurred. And other than that, you would have been pretty much together.
We're together all the time. So
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
This
so...
is hard because now I'm concerned that she wasn't okay when I left.
Now you're concerned she wasn't okay when you left?
Talking about it's hard because you're asking me if we communicated, and we were pretty efficient in the morning. She tells me, what she's got planned for the day. I tell her what I have planned. We work on it. We do our little morning strategy session, and then it's who's going to pick up Jackson and what time. So we race through our day to some degree to make sure that we get everything done.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I wish I would have taken the time to check on her.
Okay.
What?
Okay. I know you do. So you think you made it to the park before noon?
Just shortly after.
Is anyone with you?
Just the dogs.
Just the dogs? Okay. Do you see anyone at the park that you know?
I don't.
Okay.
There are only a couple cars in the parking lot. I have 2 dogs, so I typically work. There's a large dog area which is forested, and it's pretty gnarly. There's a lot of unstable dogs, and there's almost always fights. And there's a small dog area next to that. I tend to work the dogs there. If there's nobody around, and a lot of times that's another reason for going that time of the day, is there's usually very few people there.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a big field off of that between a little reservoir. I don't think it's a lake. It's just a little reservoir with a walkway around it. And there's a big field between the playground, the lake, and the small dog park. And that's where I bring Charlie and Dolly.
Okay. And so you kind of let them run, do their thing, enjoy the park. How long do you think you were there?
We were working pretty hard. I think it was an hour and 45 minutes, because I don't think I got home until 2.
Did you have communication on your phone with anyone in that hour and 45 minutes?
No.
Did you text anyone, call anyone? Were you on Facebook, commenting, liking, posting?
I don't do that, no.
You don't do that? Okay. So you don't think was your phone with you?
I take I have a little blue cooler bag, and I think I just threw the phone in there, but I didn't text or call anybody.
I missed that. You said you have a blue cooler bag?
When I go, I take all my personal belongings and I put them in there. So I put the water bottle in there, I put the keys in there when I'm out in the park with the dogs.
Gotcha.
And my phone, and I usually bring a treat for the dogs.
Okay.
Reward treats for the dogs. Their Frisbees. Sometimes I take a big shoulder bag with some other stuff for them. But,
so you took your phone, but you didn't call, text, or do anything online?
Mm-hmm.
Emails? Anything at all? Okay. I don't know if I asked you this earlier. Is there a code for your phone?
No.
There's not a pattern or any sort of lock on it?
Mm-hmm.
No? Okay.
No.
Do you receive any calls while you're there?
No.
Okay. So you're pretty much just focused on what you're doing with the dogs?
Yeah, and I'm just checking to see, it's just to see if Shanti calls me or if there's something, urgent, just so I can be reached, but yeah, I'm not that.
Because if she needs you to come back for any reason to go get her son, so you're
Yeah.
checking, but she's not communicating
Correct.
that is necessary for you to do? That you need to come home or come back early, or you got
Yeah,
no...
if she's good, I'm good. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. If I'm not hearing anything, I'm not. She knows where I'm at, and there's no...
Okay.
At that point,
So
there's
she
anything else.
didn't reach out to you?
No.
Okay. And so you think you got home about what time?
2 o'clock.
2 p.m.? Okay.
2:15. I'll be very close in there.
Okay. And what's the first thing you do when you get home?
I put the dogs in the kennel. I feed them. And Sunday I had moved a couple of plants, and I went out to check on them because it had rained really, really hard last night. The bougainvillea in the driveway was, when it rains heavy like that, it sags down so you can't drive in. So I take the pool brush on the end of a pole and I push it back to get it back up and in there, kind of locked in. We have construction starting in a couple of weeks, so I'm cleaning the courtyard in front of the greenhouse. I cleaned up some of the bougainvillea that I had trimmed, put them in a wastebasket. I flipped the pool pump on. I cleaned the pool out again, full of leaves, and scrubbed it.
So you cleaned the pool twice, and you fed the dogs twice? You fed them in the morning, and you fed them again when you got home?
Mm-hmm.
And you cleaned the pool when you woke up, and you cleaned it again when you got home?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else?
As I said, I worked in the yard. I worked in the driveway, which is what we call the courtyard.
Anybody come by?
No.
Mailman, delivery folks, friends, neighbors? No? No one came over?
No.
Okay. So you're out in front by that dumpster? Is that the courtyard?
Yeah, where we park back.
Oh, and the one
in front of the garage door.
in front of the, that's the courtyard.
With the greenhouse and that area.
And when you say you were cleaning the courtyard, what do you recall doing?
There was a bunch of wood that had, some 2x4s that had been sitting out there, and some pieces of plywood that I had moved when it started raining.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a bunch of leaves that had fallen from the trees behind, not from ours, but from the other side of the wall, basically our neighbor back there. So I had swept that up. I had done some of that on Sunday, and I did probably another 20 or 30 minutes of that around the greenhouse, in front of the vehicles, back by the pallets. We were going to move the greenhouse so we could put a lumber pile in for framing back there, and I was trying to figure out where I was going to move everything.
Okay. So you think you worked in the yard until how many minutes do you believe that was, or hours?
I would say less than an hour, but close, but more than 45 minutes to an hour, somewhere in there.
So you're closer to 3-ish?
I think it's after 3.
Okay. And then what do you do?
That's all that I can remember until I went upstairs to see when we were going to pick up Jackson.
Okay. So normally you pick up Jackson about 3?
About 4:30, between 4 and 4:30.
4 to 4:30. Okay.
So I was just checking. I was going, since I had had the dogs out, normally what I do after that is we put them in the pool for a few minutes to get the fleas off them from the park. And if I was just going to check if she wanted me to go get Jackson, if she doesn't have anything going on, like today, I was thinking she'll probably want me to go early. We can have some more time with him. I didn't know what time Jim was planning on coming to get him. He came early the night before, so we didn't get much time with him.
So Jim would have had him what days? Monday, Tuesday?
We alternate weekends, and then during the week we go 2-3. So we have him 12 days. We see him at least after school 12 days in a row, and then Jim has him on an exclusive weekend. Then every day during the week we pick him up after school.
Okay.
And if Shanti's busy, sometimes we will wait until 4 to 4:30. And if Shanti's not busy, then we like to get him a little earlier than that. But he likes to stay and be with his friends for at least 30 or 40 minutes. So
Does he have an after?
3:30 and 4:30.
Does he have an after-school program, or is he just sitting there waiting?
Aftercare with YMCA.
Oh, aftercare
Yeah,
YMCA.
it's structured.
Okay. So about 3-ish, 3:15-ish, you go upstairs to find out what the plan is to pick up Jackson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that accurate? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So about 3 to 3:15. Okay, and what happens when you enter the home? Is anything unusual when you enter the garage apartment?
So I could hear the water is running, but it's not running. It's not like the sound of the shower running. It's just, it's trickling out of the spout, which is weird because, you know, the only time that she does that is if she's going to take a shower. She would do that to heat the water heater is affixed to the outside of the main house, so it's a long run to get up to that bathroom. It takes a couple minutes, so she normally turns it on, then gets undressed, gets her clothes, does a few things, and then jumps in after it's hot and steamy. But I don't see her, and so we always, when we step in, we always say hello at the bottom of the stairs. So I listen, because if she's on the phone with a work call, I don't announce myself. You know, I just walk upstairs. I didn't hear her, and I could hear the water. I couldn't hear her. I knew something was wrong. And that's when I went into the bathroom, and that's when I saw her.
Because you heard the water and didn't hear her, you felt something was
It's
wrong?
one room. I went upstairs. I don't hear her talking on the phone, so I say hello. I don't hear anything back. I can hear water running. She's not saying anything. It doesn't seem right. Sometimes it is hard if you have the water running to hear somebody out there, so that was my assumption.
Okay, so it's one room. You don't see her?
Until I get to the bathroom.
Okay. Is the bathroom door open or closed?
Open.
Open? Okay, and so you walk toward the water that you're hearing?
Yeah, I walked into the bathroom.
Okay. And the door is open, and what happens? What do you see?
I see her laying with her head in the right-hand corner. The water is running, but I don't think the drain is closed, because if it was, it would be going over, right? So the water's like half full. She's submerged partially, but she's also partially not submerged, and one of her legs is kind of sticking up and out a little bit, and it's just extremely awful, and it doesn't look natural. Obviously she fell or something happened, and I tried to pick her up. I turned the water off. I tried to pick her up. She's stiff.
She's stiff?
It's hard to pick her up. She's not. It's like a sack of potatoes, you know. It's not easy. She's not moving with me. I grabbed her arms and kind of pulled her this way, and over. I think partially over, and that's when I realized that I wasn't going to be able to carry her. I tried to pull her. I was being as careful as I could, and at the same time I wanted to get her out of the water. I was screaming, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And I pulled her out into the other room, and I didn't know what to do. It was hard to move her that way, so I turned her and I held onto her wrists. I thought that I was still thinking that there's something I can do to help. And I'm kind of moving her, trying to get her, to shake her a little bit and trying to get the water out of her lungs. I got her in front of the couch, and I had to stop. I put her down, and I tried to lift her head up to kind of clear, like I guess it's the thing you do if you're going to do CPR or something. She's not responding. She has blood coming. down her face and on the side of her body. And I'm still thinking I'm still thinking that she's going to be okay. I got the, we had taken the mattress pad off the bed. I set the mattress pad down underneath her, and I set her on it, and I tried to lift her, and I wiped. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what had happened. I had a towel that I had used to pull her out of the shower or out of the tub with. I tried to wipe off, see what was.
Where was the blood coming from?
The left side of her face, here, on her cheekbone.
Is that the right side?
I'm looking.
Or is it both?
I don't think so. She had blood. She had blood on the side of her head, and down her neck, and when I wiped the part on her cheek, it's her left. It must have been her left. So it's my right as I'm looking at her. Right. I'm looking down. My right is her left. And I wipe it, and more blood comes out
From?
the cut on her cheek.
There's a cut on her cheek? Okay. And you're pointing to the right side?
Her eye is all bruised all the way around.
So you notice you're pointing to your right. Is that her right?
No, her left.
Her left? So you're saying her left eye was bruised? And that she has blood coming from a cut on her face?
Underneath that eye. The same side. And she has blood along under her nose.
Okay. I'm going to back you up just a bit.
The water in the tub was tinged with blood.
And you said it's hard. How full was the tub?
It wasn't flowing over the top. It was very close, but not quite. Maybe it was after. Maybe because I was picking her up, but it was close to the spout.
Okay.
Drain. There's
The auto drain that.
drain under that, but it doesn't look like it didn't look like it was that high.
Okay.
And the water's not coming out
Onto the floor.
onto the floor, but it's also not coming out at full pace either.
How was the shower on?
That was the word part. That's what I was saying before, is that if I were to walk in and hear the shower going, I know, that makes sense, but to walk in and hear that it either means she's getting ready to get in or not. And I guess I was under the impression that at 9:15, when she said she was thinking about getting ready, I had the idea that she normally showers in the morning. So I had the impression that that's probably what she was going to do. She normally doesn't shower in the afternoon. So that's why it was all odd. In the afternoon, she's almost always working. If she doesn't have anything to do, she'll watch TV or, come down and hang out with me or do something normally.
So it's the bottom part of the tub that's flowing, but it's not, you're saying it's not fully on.
The tub spout, exactly, is
Okay.
flowing. It's not pulled up, which is how you actuate the shower. That's not on. It's just coming out the spout.
Okay, and is the tub plugged on the bottom?
I think her head and she has long hair, are on it, and it looks like it's in the middle to me. There's a couple of settings. There's fully closed, closed to, and fully open. It didn't look like it was all the way.
Did you manipulate that in any way? Okay. But you did shut off the water.
I did shut off the water and it drained, which tells me I could hear it draining when I pulled her out. I could hear. So I guess this is all weird, right? Because she's in there, the water's on, and it's draining. It doesn't make any. It just doesn't make any sense.
And it's not on all the way. It's on how
like
much?
Lukewarm, so just past half. Something like that.
Like power wise, is the water fully on or not quite fully on?
It's a dial, so it starts cold, goes to medium temperature, and then goes to full hot, and it's somewhere
in the middle,
kind of in the middle of that.
And is it fully on or not?
It doesn't have a full on.
It's
not dual like that. It just turns one direction. I know what you're talking about. One that would come this way,
right,
and then also
turn. Right.
It doesn't do that.
Okay.
It just turns, and it's on, all cold, a mix of cold and hot, or all hot.
And that depends on the flow as well. So if you get to middle, if you go all the way hot, it's going to be more water, or no? Like you're saying it was trickling, so I'm trying to understand what you mean by that.
It didn't seem like it was. So if you're going to run a tub and you want to fill it up as fast as you can,
all the way.
All the way.
Right,
to the
that's
left.
my question.
There's a spot in between there where there's very little cold, but it's not full hot either.
Okay.
And it seems to be in that spot that
Okay.
it's hitting her. It's hitting.
So the water's not trickling, it's on.
It's on.
When you walk in.
Yeah.
It's on.
It's on.
Okay.
But it's not filling. It doesn't seem to be running as hard as it.
I want to walk you back to when you first walk in and you were describing her position. Is she in the tub?
Her head is all the way in the corner
over the drain or on the opposite end?
So the drain and the handle are in this end. That's where her head is, and she's on the right-hand side, which is basically the corner.
Okay. If you're standing over the tub, you're saying on the right-hand side toward the wall?
If you're looking at the tub, it would be the spout and the handle are on your left.
Okay.
And her head is pointed that direction.
Pointed to where the spout and the handle are.
Correct.
And what do you mean by on the right?
So if you were looking at the spout and the handle on the thin wall, this is the wall that has the long wall.
Mm-hmm.
She's on the right-hand side, like the corner.
Okay.
Is where she's facing.
And is she face up or down?
Down.
Okay. So she's face down. And the tub, you're saying, is not quite full, but almost full. So is she floating or not?
She is sticking out in the back. Very awkwardly. It doesn't look like she's floating. It doesn't look like she's floating now. Because if you think about it, that level of water, if she were floating, she'd be she's down.
Is she submerged?
Yeah.
She's submerged. So she's underwater?
Most of her is submerged. Most of her head and neck are submerged. At that point, it's a little crazy. I went to grab her.
So you said her head and neck is submerged under the water, and so that would mean her shoulders, breasts, stomach are also under? Or no?
Mostly.
Mostly. What part of her was not underwater?
She was on her side a little bit, and I would say it would have looked like her right side was not as far underwater as her left. But not on her head and neck, on her torso, more like her shoulder, and her arm on the right-hand side are sticking up a little bit more. But her head is pretty much down.
Okay, so torso and arm is out of the water, or
out.
A little bit
more
out.
than the rest of her body.
Okay, and where are her legs?
The Kittywampus, the right leg is like down, but it's bent, and the left leg is doing something kind of similar, but it's kind of the other direction. They're not straight.
Okay.
At that point.
Are they in the tub?
Mostly.
Mostly.
But I think her at least part of her feet and maybe her calf are sticking out.
And where are they lying?
The right hand one is within the confines of the tub. The left hand one is kind of over the edge of the tub.
Left foot?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she naked at this point or no?
No.
What is she wearing?
She's wearing the same thing she has on. It's what she had on last night.
Do you recall what that is?
Black pair of shorts and a black tank top.
Black pair of shorts and a black tank.
Yeah.
Are those her sleeping clothes, David?
Not usually. Usually she wears a nightie.
Okay. So what type of clothing is that for her? Is it like a
first thing in the morning or last thing at night kind of thing, just around the house, but not really in bed.
But not really
working
in
at
bed.
home. No one's around.
Did she have that on when she came down to smoke a cigarette?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So when you saw her last, she was wearing the same clothing? Okay. So you're saying that her head and face and neck are underwater, and her right side is kind of on a slant, so her right side's not as underwater. She is basically, for all intents and purposes, submerged almost completely up to her torso.
I'm going crazy at that point. It could have been a little bit of, it could have been a little of this, and this is down. It could have been on
Her
the
clothing
side.
is wet or not?
Yeah.
Her clothing is wet?
Yeah.
Okay. So her hair is definitely wet, right?
Yeah.
Her clothing, her tank, and her shorts are wet. And she's face down. So the first thing you do is what, if you recall?
I reached out and grabbed her. I reached out and touched her right arm.
Do you recall where?
Close to the shoulder, because I can't remember if it's sleeveless or low sleeve, but it's just, I tried to, she's looking the other way, and I'm saying her name, and I'm trying to pull her over, I'm trying to
Okay,
see her.
You're trying to turn her on her back?
Well, she's underwater and she's looking that way down. I'm trying, just the first instinct to try to pull her
Pull her over?
out and over, yeah.
Okay. So when you turn her, before you pull her out of the water, you turn her and do you see her face?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the first thing you notice?
Her lips and her eye are both dark.
Lips are dark?
Yeah. Purple, blue, gray.
Okay. And her eye, which eye?
It is her left eye.
And what do you notice about that?
It's all discolored, and there's a cut underneath it.
Okay.
There was some blood that was on her leg, in the back, but it didn't look, it wasn't.
Do you have another pen, Barb?
No.
Would you mind grabbing me one? Because that is the end of that one. Thank you. Did you want to? Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay. I know. You're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing good. That was fast. You said there's blood on her. On which leg?
The water is frozen here, so there's blood in the water itself.
Mm-hmm.
I can see a spot of blood on her, kind of the back of her right leg.
The back of her right leg?
Yeah, because she's laying on her that's the part of her that's a little bit more out of the water than the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see that's like the first blood that I see. I see the water's red.
Could you tell when she turned over if she was breathing or not? Could you tell immediately?
I didn't want to think that she was, but I didn't think that she was at that moment. No.
You didn't think she was?
I thought she was gonna be fine. And then sleep right away. I wasn't sure. But it didn't look good, if that's what you're asking.
It didn't what?
It didn't look good.
Okay.
It looked scary.
And when you said, when did you notice that she was stiff?
Progressively, at first, this arm, at first it was hard to move her. It was hard to turn her over. That was the first thing that we mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Then I don't know if I grabbed at the elbows, somewhere in the middle of the arms, and tried to pull her, and she seemed stiff then. In other words, it made it very difficult to move her.
Okay.
I tried to lift her, which I wasn't able to really do, so I ended up pulling her kind of up and out.
And you pull her by her arms?
So I grabbed someplace on her arm, tried to get kind of under it a little bit.
And you said she seemed stiff?
Yeah. Hard to move.
Did you notice any other injuries besides the blood, the cut, and the eye?
I mentioned the blood in the nose.
Yes.
Her lips and her eye are discolored.
Okay.
Almost, and she's puffy. She's bloated.
Bloated?
Her face doesn't look right.
Does it look swollen or just
Swollen.
bloated? Swollen?
Yeah, it's using the word synonymously, but yeah.
Okay. All right.
Like her whole, like in total.
The whole face.
Right.
Okay. Did you notice any injuries to her extremities, like her arms, her wrists, her hands, her legs?
What did they feel like?
No. Did you notice any injuries? Bruising, abrasions, anything, cuts, anything? On her arms, her hands, or her legs?
Not at that time. Not until I got her out. I don't know where the idea came from, but I had the idea that I was going to pick her up and try to get her out into the other room and either set her on, when you care for somebody, you don't pick them up and set them on the ground. I thought I was going to set her on the couch, and that didn't seem like a good idea, so I carried her over. I kept going, and I was going to try to put her on the bed, but by the time I got to the edge of the bed, I thought I was probably going to have to either try to do CPR or try to get the water out, or I was losing it, and I thought I was losing her. I not really blank, but just hyper-focused on trying to make her breathe and checking her. You know, her tongue was like stuck in, you know, in the front of her teeth. It seemed like it was, you know, if not swollen, you know, like she had bit her tongue, or like it was, you know, I'm trying to open, you know, someone is pliable, you know, you try to tip them back, you try to open their mouth, you get the, I haven't done CPR for a long time, but I know the basics. Nothing is.
Do you open
working.
her mouth or do you not?
Did.
Do you open her mouth or no?
I tried, but it was very stiff, and her tongue seemed to be sticking out a little bit. I tried to open her jaw. I tried to open her airway, because just tilting her head back and lifting her neck up a little bit didn't do it.
Okay. Do you recall how you tried to open her jaw?
I just used my hands.
Okay. Like on what part of her face?
So you're putting your fingers under and lifting.
Like a chin lift? Okay.
Under the front, under the top, and fingers open, pushing the bottom down, trying to separate.
Okay.
So I can see her tongue.
Do you think at this point that she is gone, or you're not sure?
I'm thinking that she is.
That she's already deceased, based on what you're seeing?
But I don't know how long. I have no, like you said, I have zero experience. I've never been in a situation before, so I've never seen a body like that. I'm resisting, but I'm also, part of me is saying this is.
Do you check for a pulse?
I think with my hand here, but not here.
On her heart, but not on
Yeah,
her wrist?
correct.
Okay.
And her neck.
Do you recall doing that?
Yes,
Do you know whether you felt anything?
I did not.
Okay.
I know that I didn't.
So you think you put your hand on her heart and did not feel it beat on her neck?
I think her neck and her chest.
Her neck and her chest. And you did not feel a pulse or a heartbeat?
No.
Okay. Do you ever breathe into her mouth, or are you unable to do that?
After tilting back and trying to get the airway as in the best position that I can, I tried a couple of diaphragm pushes just to try to. I'm thinking she's full of water because I've just taken her out of a tub full of water.
Okay.
So I'm thinking it's like at the beach when you're trying to get the water out, and just pushing air into a lung that's full of water isn't going to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I even think that I turned her over to and lifted a little bit, thinking gravity somehow I'm going to get something to come out.
Okay.
Blood and water did come out of her mouth.
When you turned her over?
Yes. At that point, I'm thinking she's unconscious and that I'm losing her.
Okay. So when you say you did diaphragm pushes, that's similar to a chest compression or different?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Chest compression. Exactly.
Okay. And you did like that a couple of times and didn't get a desired result, didn't get anything to happen?
It felt like her rib cracked.
It felt like her rib
It
cracked?
felt like pushing instead of getting instead of getting a rebound back, it didn't, and I was fairly thoughtful about, where I thought I was in the perfect spot. That's when I grabbed the phone and called.
That's when you grabbed the phone and called? Okay. Which phone did you call from?
Her office line, the landline, because it's right on the table right behind where I was. I also tried to sit her up a little bit. I was just trying anything I could think.
Okay. So from the moment that you entered the home until you called 911, how much time do you think elapsed with everything you attempted to do?
I've been thinking about that. It took a little bit of time to get her up and out. I had to pull her and turn her a couple of times. Then she felt cold. You asked how she felt. She felt cold.
She felt cold.
I grabbed the.
You grabbed the what?
We had when we redid the bedding, we took the mattress cover off to wash it, and it was sitting there. And again, it's thick. I put it under her and put her head, and I wiped her face off again. I started crying.
Okay. How much time do you think?
I don't think it was 5. I know it wasn't 5 minutes.
Like from the time you entered the home until you called 911, the total elapsed time from the time you walk in, walk upstairs, discover her, from the moment you walk in till you call 911. How much?
5 or 6 minutes.
5 to 6 minutes? Okay.
It probably seems that long, but it could have been less than that. But I can't imagine anything any longer than that.
Okay. And you said you called from her work phone to get paramedics?
The landline, the Pakistani phone is sitting right there.
Okay. So, where was the mattress cover before you put it on the floor?
Behind the couch.
Behind
Next to the couch. We had taken all the bedding off and just piled it up. We weren't sure what we were going to do with that because we didn't think it was.
Okay.
We have a small washing machine. I didn't know. I wasn't quite sure how we were going to.
So, was the mattress cover off because it had blood on it already? From the sex? You're nodding.
We did everything. We took everything. She likes to take everything off. We have dogs, and there were some no-see-ums, little dogs, and she was worried that they were getting in everything, so we
Stripped it.
We just stripped it down.
Okay. So the mattress cover was on the floor behind the couch?
Between the bed and the couch.
Okay.
It was the closest thing I could find.
What do you do with Shanti? Where is she when you're putting that mattress cover on the floor beside the bed?
I don't move her and then put it there and then move her back. I put that, I think, closer to the bed, and I pulled her up onto it. And
where was she, though?
She was in the middle of the living room in front of the, with her head kind of at the foot of the bed.
Middle of the living room with her head at the foot of the bed?
So the bed is here. And there's kind of a gap between this and the couch. We're here. And I think her head is here. And I take the thing and put it down, spread it out, and I put her on it.
Help me out because I'm trying to figure out if you're by the closet, are you by your closet, Are you by
her desk.
her son's bed?
Between the bed and the desk and the TV.
Okay.
That space, the kind of the
Do you
front
draw
space.
well? No? Do you think you can do that for me? Okay.
So there's two spots.
Can you
When I
kind
first
of,
bring her out.
Yeah, can you kind of draw the route you took?
hmm So if this is the couch.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson's bunk bed. It's back here.
Just write Jackson's bunk bed.
Jackson's bunk bed is back here.
No idea what you mean by that. Okay.
Okay. So bunk bed is back here.
What is this?
So this is the couch with the sectional kind of coming off of it, and the bed is here, coming back this way. And I think the bed probably comes out a little bit more than the couch.
And where's the bathroom?
Bathroom's back here in the corner. This area's the legs of the ladder come down. This is the clearest path. And again, I thought I was trying to get her. When I first walked out, I thought I was going to lay her on the couch, and then it didn't. At some point between pulling her from here, trying to get her at this point, and lifting her on the couch, I didn't think it was going to happen. So I pulled her to about here, and I think her head is here. Her legs are going this way.
So where's the television?
The what?
The television.
Right here.
Okay, so that's...
And then her desk just comes out and does kind of meets up with the bed like that.
Okay, so if you would just do me a favor, write bed. That's the bed.
So I'm in the big. I'm here because this is the biggest open area.
Okay.
This is the tight space.
Do you come from the bathroom down this section?
Yes, and my idea is to put her here, and at some point when I get over to this point, put her on the couch. I feel like now first I'm just trying to get her out of the tub, and then I feel like I have to do CPR or I have to do something. So that's when I think I want to lay her down on the floor. And so I have her hands. So I pull her. I have her hands, and I'm pulling her this way.
Are you carrying her?
I can't carry her.
Okay.
I tried to lift her out of the tub, and so I ended up using her arms to pull her this way, and then out, and then turned, and then came here to
Is she
here.
face up or down when you're having to do this?
She's face up to get her out of the bathroom door, because that's how I grab her. I turn her and I pull her this way, but I can't keep going, so I grab her arms, and she goes the other way, and I pull her with her face. Her face is down, but she's moving better because of the way her arms are. Her arms I'm able to grab onto better. I'm losing her arms the other way.
So when she's...
And I'm backing up.
So when you first get her out of the tub and going through the bathroom, you've got her kind of like this?
Yes.
Can you show me, if you don't mind, where you're holding her?
I'm either, and I can't remember exactly, because I think just to get her out, the way her arms were down, I had to grab higher up on her arms.
Okay.
But when I got her out of the tub and onto the floor, I pulled her. I had enough space, and I wasn't reaching over a tub trying to pull her. The weight of the water and her all out, and that's when I turn and I grab her the other. She's kind of on her back and side at that point, and I grab her and I turn her the other way. She's face down, but I can hold on to her arms better, and I can move her quickly. And that's when, because it's easier, I tried to get her to this spot.
So she's face down, and you're having. Is it fair to say you're dragging her? Or,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're dragging her by her. Is it here? Is it here? Is it here?
Once we're out, that's here, because that's the easiest.
Okay.
Because it's
so when
just,
she's
it's
face
where I
down,
can
it's
hold.
wrists. It's wrists, both wrists.
Yeah.
Okay, so when she's face down, you're dragging her by her wrists, and you drag.
I couldn't get it, but when she was laying in the tub, think about her wrists are down here, but I'm trying to move the bulk of her body, which is all up here. So grabbing her wrist is just going to pull her to the end of the tub.
Right.
So I had to get more like under her armpits to lift her and pull her up out. And I don't know if I grabbed her arms or if I put my hands under her armpits and pulled them that way. I don't know for sure.
Okay.
But I just know that pulling her hands didn't work there. But it was a lot easier once I got her out to move her that way.
Okay. So when she had to have been drug from the bathroom exit down the carpet to the couch, and then where do you stop dragging her initially?
Initially, and I don't think the scale's perfect here, but initially her head is in this area. That's not the size of her head. That's just
Right.
roughly in that area.
Okay.
And then next, it was here because I thought I was going to put her on the bed, but that didn't make sense. So I took this and set this here, and then pulled her onto it.
And where was that item?
Right here.
So the mattress cover's here. You pull it over here, and then you move her.
I'm able to literally just grab it and pull it. It's that.
It's that close.
I'm right. This seems bigger, but
Right.
keep in mind how small the space is.
Okay. So then, is she face down when she's here, or face up?
She's face up, and that's when I start just that's when I really look at her, and that's where I'm thinking I'm going to have to do CPR, so I'm trying to get her in a space where I can do that, and that's when I started to go through the pulse, neck, chest,
Here, or
airway.
when she's moved?
Here.
Here in front of the couch.
And when that didn't seem to work, I couldn't get her airway to do anything. And the first couple of presses here just seemed stiff and rigid, and that's when it's sinking in. It's slowly sinking in how stiff she is, and I'm getting and how cold she is. I'm getting frightened. That's when I grab that. I put it here. I pull her. I also got the towel, which was in the tub, and wiped her.
There was a towel in the tub
Yes.
that's soaking wet?
Yes.
Okay. And it was in with her when you found her, or?
I think it was on the edge of the tub, so half of it was soaking wet and the other half was out.
Okay.
So I grabbed it, and I used the water to. Her face was bleeding badly, and I couldn't see what was going on.
Okay.
I didn't know if I didn't. I didn't know what I should be doing, and that's when I got the mattress cover, set her there, put her down, and just. That's where I'm like, I got a call.
Can you indicate for me TV, desk, bed, Shanti, couch? Is that accurate?
Yeah, what's missing are there's two tables that nest here. One's just an inch taller than the other one, so they slide under.
Okay.
So it's probably something like tall one, baby one's probably, partially under that one.
Okay.
And there's a walkway. This is the chase end of the sectional.
Chase end to the sectional, okay. So you just write couch for me, so
Sure.
I make sure I understand.
Sure.
Tables.
Mhm.
There's okay. TV.
So TV, entertainment center. This is the beginning of the desk, and I think they're actually closer to the same size. So there's a long section of desk with a drawer here.
Okay, so that's her desk.
Her, she has two monitors. One monitor's here.
Okay.
Her MacBook and other monitor here, and then she has an iMac that's
Okay.
here.
Those are both for her work?
Yeah.
Okay. This is nightstand bed?
So this is a glass IKEA table with metal legs, and it goes right up to, there's an inside here, this is wrong, There's a little inside here. This is the nightstand.
Okay.
Then the headboard and the bed. And there's another nightstand here.
Okay, so this is bed, nightstand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can do
And the
it.
closet's over here.
And then, is this your closet here? Or her son's?
Yeah, we share. We share them. We have a little bit of each, but this is mostly mine, and that's mostly hers and Jackson's.
Hers and Jackson's. She and Jackson share one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are any of your things in the garage?
Mm-hmm.
Like clothing-wise?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Stuff that I'm, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, if you could just finish for me, bed, nightstand, and then I think we're done labeling. And then Shanti was here and then here. So first she's here.
And she's here.
Okay. Okay.
And I moved her a couple of times because I guess I kept thinking that, you know, I was trying to revive her. I was trying to wake her up. I was trying to...
Okay.
It didn't sink in that she was... It didn't completely sink in that she was...
Okay. When you were out doing your work in the exterior of the home, did you possess any garden tools to do that?
In the exterior?
Mm-hmm. Were you in possession of anything besides the pull brush to move the bougainvillea? Did you have any other tools you were working with?
Yeah, I had a hedge clipper. It has a wooden handle.
A hedge clipper? Where is that now?
I believe that it's on the top of the glass shelf. With, it's probably next to scissors and there's a heavier duty clipper, hand clipper that I usually keep together. That's what I use to trim the stuff.
Were you using any of those items?
I was using the hedge clipper, the bigger one, yesterday and today. I don't think I had anything else.
Were you trimming any hedges?
Just the branches off the bougainvillea.
Okay.
Ones that I couldn't push back up.
Okay, so you think you used a hedge clipper today.
Yeah, no.
What about the scissors?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did you possess a knife while you were working outside at all?
No. We do have one that we use, and one that I used on Sunday to cut. We do a plant, cut up the root.
What does it look like?
It's gray, like a two-tone spongy handle with a serrated blade.
And where is that?
So that one goes back and forth between the kitchen sometimes and being used for the garden. So it was washed with some of the dishes from yesterday. I think it's sitting on it was Friday, and it's probably sitting at near the frying pans and the cooktop. Must be a crack in there.
Do you have a knife with an orange handle?
We have a small chef knife that has an orange handle, and I think I was using that on Sunday as well.
To do what?
I think that one was there's a little side yard underneath the water heater by the gas meter that goes around the house. And I can't remember exactly what it was. I think there was a bromeliad that I was cutting. I moved 2 bromeliads from that area, and one to front the driveway and one to the sidewalk area in the front yard. And I remember using that, but I cut a cabbage palm out and that wasn't strong enough. So I remember using the other one. That's probably why it was sitting out there. Probably had gotten rinsed off or cleaned.
Sitting where?
It's probably why it had gotten washed. And that's probably why it was brought back into the house. Normally it would be with my hedge clipper, my scissors, my little clipper. I usually keep those 4 things together.
So the small chef knife that you're talking about that you were using outside is where now?
I don't recall. It's possible it was left off adjacent to the driveway next to the orange pot of bamboo, which is where I was working with it. I do seem to remember seeing it there. But I honestly don't know.
Is there anything unique about the blade? Is there anything unique about the blade on that knife?
The orange handled one?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I don't think so.
Anything different or odd about the blade or its color?
Maybe like an iridescent quality, like gasoline and water, like is that what you mean?
Okay. Iridescent quality. That's a good way to put it. Like gasoline and water when it makes that purple color?
Like a color burst. It has that.
Mm-hmm.
It has that. It's always had
It does have that? Okay.
Yes.
And
That's the one. That is the one that I was using.
And that's the one you think is possibly adjacent to the driveway?
Yes, because that's where I was using it, and I also remember seeing it there after I was using it.
And what day was that?
I remember seeing it there yesterday.
Monday?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where you remember leaving it?
That's the last place I saw it. I might have said it on... I also remember seeing it thinking that's a really poor place to leave a sharp knife and thinking I should pick it up and set it someplace, but I'm not sure if I did that. I don't remember seeing it today, but when we walk out that way, it's not the first thing you see. You have to sort of be looking at that in that direction.
Okay, what do you feel as though Shanti, what might have cost her life? What do you think happened? Like, what do you think is her cause of death?
I think that she did at some point, and I don't know if it was at the point that she went back upstairs around 9:15, or if she went back upstairs and did something else, and then decided to take a shower. But I think at some point she decided, I'm going to take a shower, and she stepped in and turned the water on, like she always does, to let it heat up. And that's the point that I think something went wrong. Either she slipped, or she fell, or she blacked out, or something caused her to collapse. And either one foot in the tub reaching to turn it on, the other foot slipping outside, or vice versa. It could have been awkward. It is kind of an awkward decision.
Couldn't she turn the tub on without stepping into it?
Depends on how close she gets to it. She usually pulls a stool out from underneath the little shelf system that we have there.
Mm-hmm.
and sits on that in front of the mirror and does her makeup. There's also a waste basket there, and there's also a shower curtain there. So is it possible? Yes, it is possible.
That she could turn the water on without stepping into it?
Sure.
Okay. Or was the shower curtain closed when you got there or open?
Excuse me. It was open.
Okay. Over to the right or to the left?
Left.
To the left? Okay.
But she also has a razor and her dermabrasion products and shampoos and hair colors and all of that stuff on that shelf that's on the other side of the tub.
Which means?
That's another reason to reach in or to step in.
Because those items are...
She may have either wanted one or wanted to use something while she was in the shower, or wanted to grab the little loofah sponge that she has that's usually down below.
Okay. So you think she stepped in to turn the water on or to reach for something? Well, turn the water on, I would assume, since it was on. So you think she stepped in to turn the water on, slipped?
I'm not sure if she stepped in or not. But either way, it's an awkward position if you've just had surgery in your abdomen and you're not at full strength and you've been feeling nauseous and you just had the heaviest period of your life for the last 7 or 8 days.
Mm-hmm.
Am I leaving anything out? I guess those are the things that make me feel like she hasn't been as sure-footed or as quite as coordinated as she would normally be.
So you think when she slipped, what would have happened to her physically? When she slipped, how would the injuries have been caused?
She would have had to have struck her head.
On what?
If she was outside the tub, on the edge of the tub, or the tile wall, or the tub spout.
What would have caused this significant laceration that you described on her cheek?
I don't know.
Okay. What do you think would have caused the significant injuries and to her eye?
I don't know.
The one that you said was pretty swollen and shut.
It would have to have been falling directly on it without breaking your fall.
Falling directly on it without breaking your fall. When was the last time the two of you argued?
Very briefly on Saturday, right before we left to go to Max and Dottie's.
Okay, and what was that about?
We had a very minor disagreement on what time we were leaving and if I was ready to go at the right time or not.
Was Jackson home at that time?
He was. He was there for the whole thing.
Okay. Has Jackson ever thought you guys argued about the renovation and the timetable of getting that finished? Would he feel that you guys have argued about that on occasion? About the time it's taking to get it done?
Surely, and not so much the time, but just the choices. So, choosing to take a hiatus or not, making a decision on a feature. So we're both, we both have things that we've done, changing the scope, significantly, going from a much simpler, smaller renovation to gutting the whole house and opening it up.
Whose idea was it to gut the whole house and opening it up?
We were presented with it as a concern on the part of the contractors on the amount of deterioration of the structure, and our whole goal was to maximize the upstairs floor space. So the upstairs floor was very wavy, and the point of contention probably was, do we tear all of that out and put in new structure and trusses so we have a perfectly flat floor and then a perfectly flat ceiling? Or do we try to move those floor trusses that are there around and cut them and join them to the new structure? That's what we were going to do. And that's when we hired Keith. That's one of the reasons why we hired him, is that he was a strong believer in keeping as much of the old part of the house as possible. But it just turned out to not be feasible. It wasn't really a good suggestion. It caused a lot of re-engineering and redesign on the part of our designer and engineers. And at the same point, we're all in agreement that it was the only way to get the end product that we want and to be able to talk about the stairs that we're talking about.
So who was the engineer?
We were working with Patrick Ciazza.
How do you spell that?
Ciazza.
He's the civil engineer?
He's a designer who has an engineer in his shop, and his role is creating structural buildable plans that are submittable to the city.
Okay.
And if we need an engineer, he has an engineer to do that. But he also does the two-dimensional floor planning. And his idea is the idea that we ultimately ended up doing, but we didn't take a straight path there because Keith wanted to do something slightly different, and then our builder wanted to do it differently.
And who's the builder?
Steve Morris.
Steve Morris? What's the name of his business?
One more time.
What's the name of his business?
L&S Precision, and I think that stands for Larry and Steve, and it might be Precision Carpentry, it might be Precision, but that's the main.
Okay, so if Jackson felt like you two argued about the house routinely, is that accurate or not?
I don't think most of the time that we're arguing about it. I can understand that might be his perception, but I don't think it's an argument if Shanti and I are both on the same page and we're both just in agreement and upset reasonably and justifiably upset that it's taking longer. Shanti and I aren't fighting about it. We're both upset about the same thing.
Does she feel as though you don't listen to her?
No, I don't think so. She knows I listen.
That if you would do it her way, things would go smoothly? No. So you say you last argued on Saturday about you getting ready to go to Max's house and when you were going to leave, etc. Has any fight ever turned physical between the two of you?
No.
Okay. Has she ever hurt you, hit you, struck you, threw anything at you?
No.
No. Have you ever harmed her physically?
No.
Choked her?
No.
Strangled her?
No.
No. Have you ever strangled her or choked her during sex just for heightened orgasm? Some couples do that.
Absolutely not. No.
Absolutely not. Okay. Was there ever anything around her neck that you noticed during you removing her from the tub or attempting CPR? Was there anything around her neck at all?
No.
Okay.
No necklace, no. No, nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Did you ever, if in your assessment of her or attempt to help, have your hand on her neck at all?
Sure. Underneath, behind her.
Behind her
Like-
head?
Like that.
To do
And
the
then-
head tilt chin lift?
Sure. And then also to feel for the pulse, like I told you.
Okay. Did you ever have your hand on her neck where you would have had to have squeezed it for any reason?
Possibly when I was trying to pull her out of the tub.
Tell me what happened.
As I was trying to turn her over, I might have put my hand under her arm or on the side of her head to try to turn her like that.
But she would have been, as we know now, deceased at that point?
Yes.
Okay. So prior to her being deceased, do you have any reason to have your hand around or hands around her throat?
No, absolutely not.
That did not happen.
Absolutely not.
Okay. What do you think caused, or what do you think the injury is to her eye, the discoloration and the swelling?
I don't know. I don't know. I thought that she struck that side of her face because it seemed that she had the cut here and that was underneath the eye. It seemed like whatever it was, however she fell or whatever she hit, that probably happened at the same time.
The cut and the eye injury? Yeah. Do you think there's any sort of significant injury that to her eye itself or to the bones around her eye at all?
I don't have any reason to think so.
Okay. Were you ever able to see the whites of her eyes on either eye?
This eye was the left eye was closed, as I said.
Okay.
And I believe that the other eye was closed too.
You believe her right eye was closed too?
Yeah.
Did you have some questions, Bob?
Just some clarity on a couple of things.
Yeah, I'm gonna let her go back, and then we'll go
I'm
on.
so sorry. I'm trying to
okay.
focus, and
I got you.
I feel like I'm ignoring you.
Oh, no. So she was asking you about whose idea it was to rip the floor out, and you kind of ended up talking about the contractor. So were you both in agreement with having to take it out, or was it more like one person's idea than the other?
It was the contractor's idea, and it was the designer's idea originally, and we didn't want. Neither one of us wanted to have to do it. Both of us wanted to keep it, and that's probably why we hired Keith. Is he really, as I said, was such a strong advocate for keeping as much as getting the result that we wanted, and keeping as much of the structure. His words, to not further compromise the structure by taking more and more of it out.
Okay.
It's not. I don't think it's fair to say that either one of us thought you could get the result that we wanted and not do that. And I don't think it's fair to say that either one of us are happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
Both of us were upset, but we also both wanted that end point.
Mm-hmm.
Both wanted that result.
Okay. And who contacted Keith? Or how did you come in contact with him?
So Keith had just gotten an award for doing a house at the end of our street that's close to Orange. It's not the last one. I think it's the second to the last house on Orange, on the lake. Very pretty house. But the first time I heard his name was a friend of ours named, an acquaintance of ours who lives a couple doors down. Her name is Kenzie Arnold. Kenzie might be short for Mackenzie, I'm not sure.
Okay.
And he did their house as a flip. We were there once,
Okay.
2.5 or 3 years ago, and we just had the conversation of, Keith did our house, you should call him, and that was the first time I had heard his name.
Was she happy about hiring Keith?
Very, very. She thought that he had done a great job for the value of what he.
But in the end, after you hired him and went through that process with him, you ended up having to.
Are you talking about Kenzie or are you talking about Shanti? I'm sorry.
After you hired Keith, right? You hired Keith and Keith wanted to keep the house as much of its integrity.
Sure. She
there.
became so as Keith's plan. The reality of Keith's
Kind of
plan,
fell
which
apart.
was, there's no way we can keep this and have the flat floors and flat ceilings that she really, really required. I mean, that was just part of this very modern internal design that she was looking for. There's nothing. There was no other way to do it, and we had been told a couple of times, and we had to be told again. Our last option was to either take that down and completely redo it, or spend more time just to try to keep these certain boards. And there was no cost savings to it. There was no benefit to it. It was wrong, and we just had to eat it. We just had to accept it.
And when you say eat it, are you talking like financially eat it?
Not so much, just the time that we had spent pursuing that goal. We went down that path one more time, got to that point where Steve had said originally, let's try to do that, redraw the plans so that it's with that. And then when his people got there and got on the ground, there's no way it's going to work. You don't have enough.
So another setback.
Time to take to do that. Yes and no. They also came up with a better solution, which just turned out to be the solution that we weren't ready for when we heard it the first time. But yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I really don't feel like we were at odds, because there wasn't another way. We did talk several times about buying another house, buying the house next door that was for sale. And we had certainly looked at lots of other houses in the neighborhood as alternatives, but then when we really got down to it, we didn't want to spend the money for 9 months to 6 months of time. It just wasn't worth it, and then that would be the rental, and we hadn't found anything close that we'd really actually want to live in.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of this house. So we kept pursuing our dream house.
You mentioned that there was a towel in the bath that was soaking wet next to her. Do you remember the color of the towel?
It's bright orange or like golden yellow.
And where's that towel now?
It was under her neck or by her head.
Okay.
I was wiping her face with it.
And you said that the park that you went to with the dogs was Park of America. That's the one right there by the big 408 toll building?
By the toll building, there's a government.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right down the street from OPD. Yeah.
From what?
All of our facility is right back there.
Oh, I didn't realize. I have, now that you say that, I have seen the signs, but I didn't realize.
Okay. And yesterday. I mentioned yesterday and it was raining. Where did you go look back? What did you say you were doing yesterday? Wasn't it pouring rain?
So it started pouring. We were watching TV at night,
right.
and it started
That's right,
pouring.
you said it was pouring. Okay.
We had cut grass. We had put out some fertilizer.
And you left your phone on top of your Dell computer?
Correct.
And
or,
that's
or very close to it, yeah.
okay.
On that table somewhere is my assumption.
And downstairs by the dogs.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Cool. That was it. This part.
Okay. When you first entered the house to go upstairs, was that door closed?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Is that unusual?
No. We almost never lock the door unless we're both going to be gone.
Okay.
Even then we have to be gone for a period of time before we would do that.
Before you'd lock that door to the residence?
Yeah.
When you go to sleep at night, is it locked?
To the main house or to the back?
To the residence that you entered, the garage apartment that you entered to go up.
We almost, because it's behind that gate, we almost never
Lock it.
the only door that is usually approached by anybody from the front is that door just a little past the dumpster.
Okay.
So we almost always keep that locked unless we're working and we know people are coming in.
The door past the dumpster, that's where the
There's
UPS or Postal Service dropped that package?
I didn't know there was a package there, but normally there's our mailbox is right there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's two things. Sometimes they'll flip it over the fence. If it's not a regular carrier and they can't get to the door, they'll just flip it over the fence on that front sidewalk. Most of the time it would be on that step in front of that door.
Yeah, on the step in front of that door.
Correct.
You did not observe anyone showing up with that package
I did not.
while you were out working?
I did not.
Okay. The blood in the bathroom you mentioned was in the tub. Where else in the bathroom did you notice blood?
On the edge of the tub,
Which edge?
by the shelf,
Okay. Is
and I pushed it looked like there was some on that rug, not a lot, but some on, there's normally a rug that's in front of the tub itself, and I pushed that back towards the shelf when I grabbed her.
Okay. Was there any blood on the tile wall?
I don't know. I didn't see anything, but I didn't spend any time in there really looking at it.
Okay. Did you notice blood anywhere else in the bathroom?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not. I was only in there for.
Since she was bleeding when you removed her from the tub and you're dragging her face down, is there blood on the carpet in any areas that you're thinking?
Oh, I know there's blood in that first spot where I wiped her face because it kept coming off, and I think there was blood on the back, on the side.
You're
somewhere.
pointing to what, the right side of your head?
I'm looking down at her, so it would have been her left side, or it would have been the same side that had her. The same side where the eye and the other cut were. So I don't know.
So her left?
Correct.
So you're saying there's blood behind the left side of her head? In this area? Like where her hair is?
Correct. Correct, because the towel, as I was wiping it off of her, the towel was soaking. There's blood coming off of her at that point.
How much hair did you observe? When you said
I saw
that
2 clumps in the tub, but
floating around the water, or where?
After, as I pulled her out, so yes, they were floating around in the water, but when her head was down, her hair was pretty much covering the whole front of the tub. It had just fanned out in the water.
Mm-hmm. And where, like, her hair is missing, or what do you mean?
No, I just mean from off of her still.
Okay.
Is there hair? Is there hair in the tub?
I did notice there's a couple pieces, or a couple clumps
Where?
floating in the water when I pulled her out.
That's significant amount or not? Like it's been removed from her head, like pulled out of her head?
She normally when you get in the shower after she's had a shower, there's a clump of, I don't know exactly how much, but enough to affix itself to the drain and require after 2 or 3 times to pull it out.
Mm-hmm.
We've had to clean the drain. I've probably cleaned the drain in the sink and the tub 2 or 3 times since we've lived there because her hair clogs in.
Okay.
She sheds. She seems to shed a lot.
Her injuries to me, David, seem really significant. More significant than from a soft tissue fall. More significant than from me tripping and falling and hitting my head and being knocked unconscious. Not only are they more significant than a fall, but they're inconsistent with a fall. It's just not accurate.
Okay.
Okay. Shanti did not fall and get those injuries.
Okay.
Without question. Okay.
Okay.
They're much more significant than that. And it's inconsistent with her injuries hitting and striking anything. That is just inaccurate. Okay. Her injuries are very severe. Okay, so the trouble I'm having with your story is you're there. Well, first of all, you're not really sharing the same residence. You're kind of living downstairs. She's living upstairs with her son. But her son's not there. So even when her son's not there, you're still not sleeping together. You're not in the same residence. So
During the day.
Spending a lot of time apart, it seems, a little bit. But then, conveniently, you're away for a while, and you come back and you find her like this. And you've had some pretty answers for just about everything we've talked about. Consistent, elaborate, detailed answers for everything we've talked about. The issue I'm having with is I absolutely think that she was deceased before you left to go to the park. And I think whatever happened to her happened before you went to the park. Okay? Do you know how long it takes someone to get stiff?
I don't.
Okay, I do. Do you know how long it takes for blood to pool when you die?
No, I don't.
I do. We're also very well trained in what injuries look like perimortem, mortem, and postmortem.
Sure.
Okay? So her body's not lying to us,
Of course not.
and neither are her injuries. Okay? So I think that you've told us a significant amount of information. You've been very cooperative. But I also think that you've left some stuff out.
Wow.
And I think you've left some stuff out that is maybe something got out of hand, maybe you didn't mean for it to happen, maybe you got upset, but there's something that happened between the two of you before you left that house. Because she was deceased, or on her way to being deceased, before you left that house. And she had been deceased while you were gone. And when you came back and found her, it's pretty evident that she was deceased.
Yeah.
Cold, stiff,
Yeah.
significant swelling,
Yeah.
and a lot of bloating.
Agreed.
Okay? So whatever happened between 7 and 9:30 to 9:45 is where I need you to be significantly more honest. Now, if there's an explanation, I want to hear it.
I told you everything.
But you've left out something, David, because this woman has significant injuries. Okay, this is not from a fall. So I need you to explain to me and Detective McClelland what happened this morning before you left to take the dogs.
It was exactly as I stated. I haven't left one thing out.
Okay. Did you two argue?
No, absolutely not.
Did you fight?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you harm Shanti in any way?
Absolutely not.
Did you choke her?
Absolutely not.
Did you strangle her?
Without question, no.
Did you beat her?
No.
Did you hit her with anything?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you have injuries
I do not.
anywhere? Did they photograph you, I assume?
They did.
Okay. Do you know if they photographed your chest or with or without clothes? Or both?
They photographed with clothes.
Do you have any injuries that, in my mind as an investigator, I would consider someone fighting for their life?
No.
Someone trying to harm you to save their own life?
Absolutely not.
Would you mind showing me your chest and back?
Sure.
I don't need to see anything else, just your
Sure.
chest, back, and arms.
Sure.
That's plenty. Don't go any further.
I'm sorry.
Don't go any further. I don't know if you have pants on or not. Okay. You just pull it back for me. Okay. And you can take them all the way off your shoulders. Okay. Were you scratched in this process? Were you scratched at all?
No, not today.
Not today? Has she scratched you in the past?
She has never scratched me.
She's never scratched you. What do you mean not today?
Scratched in the process.
In the process of anything that happened between the two of you, were you scratched?
Absolutely not.
Okay. She hasn't scratched you in the past. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
She's never scratched you. I didn't know what
Correct.
you meant by that. Okay. So I'm just going to walk around you.
Sure.
You see that? Can you lean forward for me?
Sure.
What am I seeing on your sores?
So I have some type of food allergy. We're not exactly sure what
It's a food allergy. Wow.
it is, but I do have allergic reactions. The kind of
Are these
ulcerative rupture.
bites? Not. I mean, from like an insect or an animal or.
So the large one is just an ulcer. It's like a rupture. It has
Here. Okay.
That one,
Mhm.
and it's been there for a couple of weeks.
Okay. And what's
Um,
that from?
That is from some type of detoxification or allergic reaction. We're not entirely sure.
Okay.
It was swollen beyond that, and it's just been slowly draining.
Okay. Can you just lay your arm like flat, like
Sure.
straight down? I just
Sure.
want to see the back of your arm. And lean forward for me so I can get some light. Thank you. Okay. Did anyone touch you here today?
No,
Grab you
no,
here in this area? Did she grab your arm?
no.
Can you scoot your chair over just to the right, just a bit, just like a lift?
Sure.
Just come this way, yeah.
Sure.
There's just too much shadow. And then just drop your arm for me. Thank you. And drop your head just a tad. Okay. All right, you can relax in your head. Okay, and then just hold your arms straight out in front of you. Perfect. I know this is probably, someone's already done this, but I hadn't, so. Okay.
I do have some scrapes and bites and some.
Do you have any sort of
some-
skin disorder? Or just the allergy?
Mainly the allergies, but it is ant season, and I do have some bites
Okay.
from that. And then,
Those aren't flea bites, are they?
I don't know.
Pick up your
I
teeth.
actually don't know. But I do have prescriptions from the vermiliatis, from the bougainvillea.
Okay.
I think some of them.
All right. Okay. And then your neck is. All right. You satisfied, Bart?
Yeah.
Go ahead and you get dressed.
Okay. I can assure you there's nothing about the house or anything. The types of fights that we've had have been so minor, almost trivial.
You know.
Did we get irritated with each other, or are we both busy at floors? And sometimes say things out each other's short.
And sometimes people who have never, ever, ever harmed a fly, have never been arrested, have never had any problems, just snap. Things happen. Things happen, especially between couples. Doesn't make you a bad guy. It doesn't make you an animal. It doesn't make you a monster. It just makes you human. These things sometimes happen where things get out of control and people get physical with one another. Someone aggresses them, calls them a name, does something, and you just lose it. And it's not like you had any intention, and maybe you lost your mind, it got out of control.
I really went into all of the adversity that we had gone through, just to let you know that we really had reached between the surgery, and we got to the point where we looked at it as we were extremely happy that we had taken that break to stop and look at what we were doing, and we actually both felt like we were getting a better result.
What break are you talking about? What break are you talking about?
When she had her surgery, a week after that, we basically ran out of things for them to do. We had kind of reached the point where we needed to take 2 or 3 weeks, regroup, replan, because they didn't have full days at that point until we got the plan back together and we had more of the work lined up for them. Keith was part of that, and being on the show was a huge part of that. We did feel like up until we got that final assurance that we had stopped, and we weren't sure if the network was going to come back. But does that look to a child like his parents aren't getting along? Of course it does.
Because he's young.
Well, because we're upset. And we want things to be different than they are, but we came to a point where we were so relieved that we actually felt like we had made the right decision in the result that we were getting, and we would not have had that result otherwise. And the idea that we were at odds with each other about the direction of the renovation is just simply
Or just not getting along about the timetable and the significance of how long this has taken for you guys. I mean, I can't imagine how stressful it must have been. You know, not living in the home you want to live in, and it's taken 2+ years, 3 years.
But as I said, we didn't really take the main house offline until a year and a half ago. We had all of that space at our disposal. It was a joint decision to go to that depth. We weren't happy that we felt like it wasn't at our control, and we did want to do it. We did want to get everything that we still wanted to do for the budget, but every time we scaled back, we got more and more of what we wanted. I'm sick to death about what happened, but nothing happened today because of there was no animosity between us whatsoever.
Are you saying that you did not harm her?
I am.
Okay. So my interpretation of the schedule for the morning is she plans on, you think, going to the dentist. You plan on telling her you're going to go to the park with the dogs. So that tells me that neither of you expected anyone to be at the home. She was going to be gone at the dentist. You were going to go with the dogs. So that tells me no one expected anyone to come there for any reason. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So, is she having any sort of beef with anyone else that you're aware of? Any problems?
No,
Okay. Anyone that would want to do her harm?
no.
Okay. So, my suggestion to you that there could be a plausible explanation for this, for whatever happened between the two of you. You're saying still nothing happened between the two of you.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Would you mind, just for me to be able to say David is a perfect gentleman and is in the clear and did not harm his wife, would you mind taking a polygraph and proving that to us?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would that be a possibility?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Would you like a break for a little bit and then we can organize that? Do you need to use the restroom?
How long does it take?
We happen to have a polygraph examiner in the room.
Okay. Okay. Good. How long? So not long is what you're saying.
No. Do you want a break though? Just like the restroom, eat.
Maybe I should.
I'll get you another water.
Sure.
The boss is over here on that. I don't know, but
Gotcha.
she'll fill me in.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll feel better, and I think a weight will be lifted off of you, as
Thank
far
you.
of any sort of cloud of suspicion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you understand why we asked those questions, David?
I do, and I hope you appreciate there's a complete openness. I have no defense.
I don't think that you. I mean, I think you're trying to do everything you can to help.
To the degree that I was happy to go through the issues that we've had. I was happy to lay those out there. It's not. No relationship is perfect.
Where's your wedding ring?
Pardon me?
Where's your wedding ring?
Mine?
Mm-hmm.
It's right here.
And why is it on that hand? I'm curious.
After we both scaled back, we both lost a significant amount of weight, and in the pool, it will slip off of this.
In the pool, it slips off your finger?
I mean, completely off the finger, yeah.
Oh.
It's barely on this one.
Wow. So you
either
just switched it?
Either I need to resize, or I need to
Gain weight.
gain a couple pounds back to get to where I was when I originally
I was
got
just
it.
curious.
But,
I didn't know if that was your wedding ring or not, because it was on
it
that
is.
hand.
It is, and I never take it
It's
off.
just loose. Okay. And what does she wear?
She has the wedding band that we...
She has a wedding band on her left hand?
Correct.
Does she have any other jewelry on that you remember?
Earrings.
She had earrings? What did they look like?
Diamonds. Sparkly, small. Studs.
Small? Studs? Does she wear a necklace?
Not very often. Not since the surgery. She's been wearing almost nothing other than her ring. She lost a diamond shipped out of her ring. We got it replaced 5-6 weeks ago, something like that.
So today she had on her wedding ring. Is it a diamond and a band? Is it 2 rings or one?
Correct.
It's
2.
done. Okay. So she's got 2 rings on her left hand. She's got her stud diamond earrings in. Any other jewelry?
I don't think so.
Okay. Where is her purse in the home?
It's the white and black striped. It's a large bag. It's on the entertainment center towards the stairs. So it's the first thing you see,
Okay.
about knee level.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to take questions before we break.
You mentioned that she separated and divorced James due to an affair, right? Was that affair with you?
No. It was before we, it was well before we met, and it was while they were still together, living in, it's not Alouacha, but it's close to Alouacha County, Tolumo.
Did she ever tell you anything more about that affair?
She did. She came completely clean about it. She just felt like she wasn't
She said who it was with?
valued at home, and it was a colleague, somebody that she worked
with?
in Houston.
In Houston?
Correct.
So it was while she was traveling?
Correct.
Do you have?
Did you get a name?
It's also Jim, and it would take me a second, but I can.
Is that someone who lived in Texas, or they were traveling together?
He lived in Texas.
He
worked
lived
for
in-
he worked for the company that she was consulting for.
Okay, gotcha.
There, so they were not co-workers, but they were working together.
He worked for a company she was consulting with.
Yeah.
Okay.
She still communicate with him at all?
I think they're on Facebook together, but I don't think it's anything more than happy anniversary or, it's just the cordial stuff.
Was it a long-standing
I don't think so.
affair, or?
I don't think so. She said not, and she said it was just a few times on the road. But she felt like it was, that the marriage was that bad. She felt like it was, she really felt like he was making her life hellish, and he had her up there, kind of, she felt.
Would you suspect that there was anything going on with her now?
I wouldn't, no.
And what about with you?
No, definitely
Any
not.
girlfriends, or you're still on Match?
No, definitely not.
Did she ever explain anything to you about anything physical happening between her and her child's father?
Her and her what?
Child's father. Jackson's father.
Yeah.
Like what?
Like when she was pregnant, he slammed her arm in the truck door and dragged her a bit. I don't know if it's an exaggeration or not. It seems like it was more just, of a concern.
Did she report it?
I doubt it. She didn't. I mean, she didn't say that she did it.
You seem like
Later.
she seemed like she had the type of personality that would stand for that from somebody. I mean, what kind of personality did Shanti have? Is she kind of mild-mannered, or strong-willed, or somewhere in the middle?
I think that's how she made the decision to. I think that's when she made the decision that she did want to get divorced, but that she wanted to get, as I said, she was terrified of being stuck up there. She was at the end of their tenure up there, while they were losing their house. She says they were both using a lot of drugs. She says they were both drinking excessively. She never wanted to have it. I mean, it's deep. She never wanted to have a child with him. And when they did, when she did get pregnant, she would obviously never give it up, but she didn't want to be stuck up there with no job opportunities and being that far from a regional airport. She just didn't want to do it. So that was her, but I think that she says it's, the cold, part of it that was what really turned her to look someplace else, is that he was cold and they ignored her.
What kind of drugs was she doing?
So Shanti did have according to her, not since we've been together, but she had a very significant cocaine habit. And they lived in South Florida. They lived in, I'm going to say Margate, I'm not super familiar with that, but it's not that far from Fort Lauderdale. Anyway, she was working a ton, and I don't know how that intertwined, but basically she just said it helped her work more and do more and be more productive, but that just tuned her out of her relationship, and then he tuned out. And I mean, we've...
How many times have you seen her do cocaine?
I've never seen her do cocaine.
Any other drugs? Pills?
Yeah, she does a lot of natural stuff. She does a lot of what's it called, Garcinia. She and I both take caffeine pills instead of drinking coffee, but not in any kind of excess.
Was the Garcinia how she lost the weight, or was it from the surgery?
The surgery, she was just holding. She's taken Garcinia for years, so her weight was.
What is her size, height, and weight?
I think she's just under 5'8", 5'7" and a half or so. And I think she went from 150 plus to so she was 155 to 150 before, something like that. She's probably 135, maybe low 140s, right? I'm not sure where it...
So she lost about 10 to 15?
Yeah.
And how long of a period of time?
The first month of the after the appendectomy was the not eating, not drinking any wine, no empty calories at all. So I would say most of it was probably in that
March.
In that time frame.
Okay.
But she's been, she has been saying, clothes just don't fit. I mean, she's lost a size or two.
Okay. Did she have any injuries prior to you finding her today in the last several days? Any abrasions, any cuts, bruises, anything at all that you remember prior to this incident?
I've had obviously I've had the worst day of my life. I'm trying to think of, no, I can't. I mean,
Nothing. She was perfectly fine.
I mean, her stomach was killing her every day of the week, almost all day long.
But as far as injuries,
No,
nothing. Nothing? Okay.
no.
All right. You have anything else?
No.
All right. We're going to take a break. I'm going to head direct to the restroom and we'll bring you back.
Thank you.
I'm going to get you another water. And then you've got more crackers here. And I don't know if there's a trash can in here, but we can help you get rid of some of this stuff. How do I pronounce your last name, David? Hi. You doing okay?
Yeah.
Did you sleep a little? Yeah. You're probably exhausted. Or at least mentally. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Detective McClellan just wanted to go over some of the points. I know she had more of an opportunity to ask questions than she did, so we wanted to just clear up some things with her. Yeah, so let's 219.
A couple of points I just want you to go back over with me, okay? So, when you decided to go upstairs today to find out what time you guys were going to pick up, or you or her were going to go pick up her son, when you first heard the water running, where were you? Do you remember?
First thing we always do is just a habit. We open the door. If I don't hear her talking,
Yeah, but not we, today though. Specifically today, what did you hear?
So I said hello. I didn't hear anything. I got to the landing, which is fairly close to the bathroom before I start coming up the other way. And I could hear water running at that point.
Okay, and when you got to the landing, there was a chair that was in the middle of the landing. Why was that chair in the middle of the landing?
We used the chair to open the window, and the blinds have the two sets of blinds have a string on them.
Right.
And when the blinds are all the way down, the string is too high for Shanti to grab it, and I don't think I can grab it without being on something, so we've just left it there.
So it's literally in the middle of the landing. Like, do you walk around it? Like, it's not against the wall, it's not out of the way, was literally when the officers got there, in the middle of the landing.
Normally I would put it up against the window, so we would have the back of it against the window.
Okay.
Did you notice it?
I did, but it's been like that since. I don't know if Sam moved it on Thursday or if somebody else moved it on Friday or Saturday, but it's been like that for a couple days.
So literally just every time you go down the stairs, like you have to make a point to walk around the chair to get down the stairs. Nobody would move it to the side? That just doesn't seem like that would.
So normally if the stairs are, I understand. I totally understand what you're saying. If you're coming down, normally we cut between it like that. I don't know why it was moved over further. Normally we carry the tray up. We carry your dinner up on a tray. I carried it up last night, and I did have to lift it up above it to get past it. I just hadn't moved it back yet.
So when was the window opened where somebody would have had to move so the chair's in the middle so that you can reach the cord, or you move it off to the side to reach
It's
the cord?
normally in the back or on the side.
Okay. And that's where it was when later on, but when the officers first got there, it was like literally, they said in the middle of the landing, like they had to move it to get up the stairs.
I don't think I've never had to walk like on that side of it to get around it. I've always walked in front of it and then past it. I've never had the chair in a position where it has to go that far.
Okay. So you don't recall it being in that position today?
We'd have to say the middle. I'd have to see a picture to what you mean. It normally, like I say, it's either closer to the wall under the window, or it's closer to the wall where the vent, the return vent for the air conditioner is.
Okay.
I do remember putting my shoes that were wet last night on in front of that vent, and then also on, I think on top of those little apothecary shelves. I think I had my shoes sitting because they got wet when I went out. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. But I, like I say, normally it's over. It's close to the first wall or close to the second wall. I personally never put it in the middle.
Okay. And how'd your shoes get wet last night?
How did what?
Your shoes get wet last night. You said they got wet last night, and that's why you had to put them up against the...
I did. I went out, not during the first downpour, not during the second downpour, but somewhere in between there. I just went out to see if everything was closed up. All the windows were closed up in the house. It started raining again, and it was wet everywhere outside. I took the garbage out probably 9:30, 10 o'clock. It was pretty late, and it was in between one of the downpours.
Okay, so to check the windows...
But I had walked outside. That was it.
To check the windows to see if they're closed, can't you go in the house to see if they're closed? I mean, do you have to go outside?
The house is dark on the inside, so it is difficult. It's easier to see on
It's
the
dark
outside.
outside too at 9:30 at night in a rainstorm.
Right, but we have a lot of stuff outside. We have a washer and dryer that are outside. I'm sorry, and I'm not being.
Oh, no, and I'm just trying to understand,
we have a
to me,
lot.
if it's pouring rain, I'm not gonna go outside to
It
look at the
wasn't-
windows.
But it wasn't. It had, like I said, it was in between those downpours, so
Oh.
the ground was extremely wet. It did start to rain while I was out again, but I did do a perimeter around the house to make sure that nothing, whether it's the lawnmower or it's a car window or it's a house window or
Okay.
whatever else, that's just what I do. There's a cover. We have a plastic cover that goes over the washer and a plastic cover that goes over the dryer when it's raining.
Okay, and what kind of shoes were those?
Blue Asics with like a silver stripe down the side.
Okay, and those are against the air vent?
No, those are up on the apothecary.
What are the shoes you said that you
Those
leaned
are
against the?
Those are RVXs. Those are a darker. pair
Which are
of
the shoes that were
RVXs.
wet that you wore outside?
The Sauconys, or the Asics were the ones that were wet. But I also I'd also worn the other ones out, and they were sitting on the lanai when it started to rain, so they also got wet. But I didn't wear them last night.
So the black sneakers that are leaning up against the air vent return on the landing next to where the chair was,
Yeah.
why were those shoes there?
They were sitting on the lanai while it was raining on the edge of it. I had
Okay.
taken them off while I was outside earlier in the day. They were undercover, but it rained and it was windy and they were damp. And so I just set them up there to dry because it doesn't dry out down in the garage.
Okay. So as you were coming up the landing right there, you could hear the water on, and you called out to her.
I had already called out like I always do. I didn't hear anything. I heard the water on, and usually if she's in the bathroom and the water's on, she can't hear me.
Okay.
You can't hear somebody when you're up there and the water's on and they're coming normally, depending on how loud
So that didn't seem unusual to you.
No. Like I said earlier, it did seem unusual for that time of the day because normally that's not when I see her in the shower.
Okay. So you get upstairs, you come around the stairwell, up the stairs, and then into the living space. And what do you see?
I don't see anything unusual until I get.
Was her computer on? Looked like she had just been working. Was the computer screens on?
The iMac wasn't on. The screensaver might have been on the other one, but it wasn't open to anything.
But do you remember seeing the screensaver on, or do you not know at all, or do you remember seeing them be black and thinking, gee, she wasn't working?
The iMac was definitely black.
Okay.
And oftentimes she does use both, so that made me think she wasn't working. But if she's not at her desk, and one of the computers isn't on, so not just asleep, but with a spreadsheet or an email or something, that tells me she's not working. TV wasn't on. It was unusual.
Okay. So you go into the bathroom, because you hear the water running, and describe for me, because I was trying to write and listen at the same time, and I just want to make sure I understand it right. And I know you've said it a couple times, and I'm sorry to make you say it again. I know it's difficult for you, but I just want to make sure that I have a clear picture of this. You walk into the bathroom, and what's the first part of her that you can see?
Back of her legs.
Her back and the back of her legs? Or the back of her legs?
She's facing the other way, so I'm seeing the back of her legs, her behind, her back, and the back of her head.
And how much of that is all of it in the tub? Describe for me, if you could, is it from her waist up that's in the tub? Is it, because what I thought I heard...
Just a little bit of her, so if she's laying on her side like that, her right leg is on this side, and that's kind of going that way, and her left leg is this direction, but up and maybe hanging a little bit over the edge of the tub.
So her right leg's then got to be completely in the tub.
Just not underwater, it didn't look like to me. Because she's laying on her side. So this, let me just make sure that I'm saying it correctly. So her lower side is her left. That's down. But at the knee, it's bent, and it's coming up at an angle in this direction. Her
Okay.
right is the top leg. It's a little bit further out of the water, but it's going back towards the corner of the tub.
You have it's a standard size tub, right? Which is normally like what, a six foot tub, or I don't even think they're that big.
That's a 6. It might be a 50. And I'm only aware of that because we've been shopping around.
Yeah, like it does.
But 60, I don't think.
It's not a big tub.
I don't think it's
and
a.
She's how tall?
It's not 72.
She's 5'7".
Correct.
67 inches.
So
If you don't fit in, so that's it would be impossible to fit completely flat, completely straight.
Right.
Anything over 5 foot, because I don't think it's more. I'm guessing, but I would say plus or minus. It's around 60.
So you reached to get her, correct? And when you reached to get her, you said the water was full,
Yeah.
right? Almost overflowing, but not.
Closer to the top of the what's called the
Mer-
overflow drain.
Right.
But not the top edge or the top lip of the tub. And it was actually it looked like it was a little bit below that. And I don't know if it was after I moved her and took some of her displacement of that out, or splashed
Sure.
the water on the floor. But yeah, that was about right.
So when you first reached to help her,
Yeah.
what part of her are you touching?
Her right shoulder, which is the one that's standing furthest up out of the water. Her left side is down, her back is towards me.
Okay.
I'm trying to see what's going on.
And are you doing this with both hands? So like if.
Not at first, but I couldn't. But without using both hands, I would.
So this is the edge of if this is the tub, and this is the edge of the tub, and this is the back wall, and this is a person,
Mm-hmm.
kind of like this.
And obviously, it's all out of proportion, but
Right.
more like her torso all in.
But this is her. Say this is her whole body.
Mhm.
This is her whole body,
Mhm.
and she's
Yeah, this is it. Her head is in the kind of this corner.
okay
Toward the wall.
toward the wall.
Yeah, the closed corner, right, between the two tiled walls.
Got it. And the faucet's here,
Yeah,
and the water's on.
yeah.
And so if I'm you, going this way, yes?
Yes.
So if the water is at that level of the overflow drain, you're reaching into the water, or describe that for me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I grabbed the top first to kind of pull her towards me.
Sure.
But I couldn't lift her. This is all happening so quickly.
I understand.
Split seconds. So certainly that's the last like coherent like thing that I had to really think about it. After that, I just see her, and I'm just trying to pull her out of there.
Okay, when you say trying, you're trying, but
I couldn't lift
you
her.
couldn't.
I couldn't. I tried.
So how did you get her out? If you couldn't lift her,
I had to pull her, and I believe that one hand was underneath, probably her right, her armpit, basically. So
Okay.
I'm pushing one hand under there, and the other hand is going from the other side, and I don't know if it was under her neck or if it was all the way under her arm. Once I got her a little bit closer to me, because she's over on the other side,
Okay.
so once I got her a little bit closer, then I tried to get underneath both and lift her up and out to get her out of the water.
You tried to, but you couldn't lift her. So did you just pull her out of the tub?
Yes,
Okay.
I had to. It was the only
So, and as you did that, I
could do.
imagine that water and everything comes splashing out of the tub.
I did.
Yeah, right? I mean, if it's that high. Okay. So now she's on the floor in the bathroom
Mhm.
and facing away from you with her feet towards the door. Or did you completely flip her over?
So I didn't let go of her at
Okay.
that point. I pulled her towards me, and so part of her body came up out of the tub, and her legs are still in it.
Okay.
And then as I turn, I'm taking her head this direction, and her feet come out. But when I got out to the edge of, or just into the other room, there's a border of carpet, changes color. I set her head down because I was losing my grip, and I couldn't keep carrying her that way. So I sort of stepped out of the bathroom around her, and I reached down, and I got underneath, and I pulled again. And this time, so her...
You got down how?
I got underneath her, and her head is down, and I started pulling her between the banister and the couch to get her to the open.
Okay. And she's face up at this point. Or she's face down.
At that point, she's face down because she must have been on, when I pulled her out, she wasn't laying flat. And when I went to grab her again, I don't know if it's because of where her arms were or where I was, but I grabbed her from the other direction and pulled her, and her face was down. And I got all the way like that to the middle of what I would call the living space where I said we stopped, where we drew the picture.
Right. Okay. All right.
I can't tell you exactly why it was easier to sort of get a hold, but I also remember it just being extreme. She was flat, and
Because would you agree that it seems like it would be easier to if you have to drag somebody, to drag them face up, because you can put your arms underneath them and you can pull to drag them, as opposed to somebody face down because their arms are going to want to go forward, trying to.
I think it's because she wasn't flat. She was at an angle, and it was hard to do it. It was hard to hold her up that
Does
way.
it seem like that would don't you think though that it would be the opposite of that? Would you agree? Like you think if you're going to drag somebody, it'd be easier to drag them when they're on their back?
If you had a perfect choice, maybe, but I don't know.
Well,
that
I'm
I
not
had-
saying
I
that
don't
you
know-
did.
I don't know that I had that
Yeah,
choice.
I'm not saying that you did.
Otherwise, it wouldn't seem unreasonable.
Um,
And that is how I moved her.
okay. So when you
After
got over to the couch area, and then you stopped and you took the mattress pad.
Not right away. First, I just tried to adjust her neck. I just tried to open. My assumption was I was just making an assumption she was full of water, that if any positive thing could happen, or if there was any way to revive her at all. I wasn't thinking. I realized it was unlikely, and at the same time I was trying to do something. And so, like I said before, I definitely tried to adjust her neck.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely grabbed her, and I think one of the other reasons why I probably came out of the bathroom like that is I ended up grabbing her by the hips to pull her the rest of the way because it wasn't easy to get under her arms. But when I had her, when she was laying on the floor in the living room, I remember turning her on her side, and I remember lifting her at, kind of like when someone someone loses their breath. Have you ever had your breath knocked out of you?
Yeah.
The way you lift them kind of under their waist to try to put their head back. Like
Did you say before when we talked about moving her by her hips? Yeah, I don't remember that either, all that detail. So, when then you get her over there and you think that she's full of water, what prompted you to put her on top of the mattress pad?
It was cold, and I was trying to wipe her off and dry her off. I was also trying to get something under that I could put under her body to tilt her neck back, or her to get some kind of angle.
Well, think about what you've told us for a minute. You're an intelligent guy, right? I mean, you've obviously had a really good career at 3M, right? And you do real estate and sales and now home renovations. You're a bright guy. If somebody was telling this to you, wouldn't you, as an intelligent person, think that something's not right? Something's not adding up here. Because from what you are saying and what we've seen, it's two different things. So we just need to fill in the blanks. And I just need you to help us fill in the blanks. Okay? I know you loved and cared for Shanti, correct?
Very much.
You said, actually, I think that one of the first things I think you said was, I've never been more in love. We had such a good weekend. Right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And let me ask you about that. You've never been more in love. Like, what made you feel that way? What was so great about this weekend that...
We hadn't, since the construction started in January, and then the appendicitis in mid-February, a time when either she wasn't extremely stressed and busy with work and uncomfortable with the surgery, and despite the delays and everything else, also having the project, which was the most important thing after her company, on track. All of those things, starting with the text on Sunday and the design of the stairway that...
Yeah, but to say I've never been more in love...
It just seemed like almost all the obstacles had been removed, and everything was alone. It just seemed like we were both agreed on the project. We were both happy with where things were going.
Okay.
We had a great time. We had Jackson. We had some personal time for the first time. And I did have to think about what you said earlier. I certainly had my hands. I always. It's our normal. I'm not joking her in any way, but I do always have my hands on her shoulder, here and here. That's
From behind or in the front?
behind. I'm behind her, and I would have my hands.
On her shoulders?
Yeah.
In what circumstance?
Intercourse.
Intercourse?
You had asked if there was some thing during a position where I'd have my hands on her body, and
On her throat, specifically.
okay, and I'm saying not throat, but you also just said any reason why you would have your hands, and I'm sorry if but I certainly did have my hands here,
And you're saying from
Yeah.
behind?
and on top, yeah.
So your Saturday and Sunday, you would have been touching the tops of her shoulders during intercourse.
Correct.
Okay. Would your hands have any indication? And what I meant when I asked you that, David, is sometimes couples will play that game where it heightens an orgasm if you preclude someone from breathing for just a moment right before orgasm. It's like the choking game that they call it, where it heightens an orgasm if you choke one another. Do you ever do that?
We've never done it. And
Okay.
We did see it on an episode of Californication or something like that. And
You saw an episode on Californication?
that I know what you're talking about. I don't know what it's called, but it's never been part of our repertoire or anything that we've ever needed to experiment with. No.
Okay, so that was not something that occurred.
Correct.
Okay, all right, you can go ahead. Barb.
So I just want to point out some things to you that I think are unusual. There's so many, I really don't know where to begin, to be perfectly honest with you. I think that I find that the living arrangement, I find to be completely unusual for you to be primarily living downstairs.
I'm not primarily living downstairs.
Well, sleeping.
What I said was that I sleep down there, but I don't go down there until we're done with dinner, if we're done watching TV, or doing what we've done for the evening.
Okay, but
I do sleep down there probably.
okay,
80 or
just hear
90%
me
of the
out.
time. Okay.
So you don't go upstairs during the day while she's working. You leave her alone, and then
Not entirely. I do go up there.
Okay.
But I don't work up there while she's on the phone because it's distracting. It's her office.
okay, and I understand that. But so you're not with her during the day upstairs. You go up there, have dinner, and watch TV, and then you go back down to the garage where
Only after we've said goodnight and everybody else. is
Okay,
going
but
to
you're a
sleep.
married couple. Married couple, I mean, and her son isn't there every night.
And when he's not there, once in a while, but not every night, with her surgery, she was sleeping in a very kind of,
I
unique
understand that.
position,
I know
and
you explained all those. So, but I want to explain to you
it's not
what.
a permanent thing, is what I'm saying. When we lived at Briarcliff, and when we lived with
So
her parents,
that's
she only shared a
unusual.
bed.
I think the chain of events today I find to be unusual as far as primarily with what you've said and the contradictions in what you've said, as far as the water was trickling, to then explaining that the water it can't trickle. It's either all the way on or it's all the way off. There's no adjustment in the speed of the water coming out of the faucet. That was a direct contradiction that you made in your statement. The different versions of how she was in the tub. There's been 3 or 4 different accounts of how she was found, to how she was moved from the tub through the bathroom into the living room or the primary living area. There's been several different versions of that from what I take from listening to you earlier.
I've added more detail, but I don't think that anything, and I'm not trying to, I'm obviously not in a position to argue, but I thought every time we described what I saw, it was the same.
And then the primary thing is the fact that the injuries that this woman, that this woman sustained, that I saw on her,
Yeah.
absolutely 100%, in my opinion, not possible from a slip and a fall in a bathtub.
You got to explain that, David.
That,
You've said a lot. Can I have a chance to?
yeah, absolutely. This is not a one-way conversation.
Okay. Neither. So. Let's just start.
Start with the injuries, because that's our biggest concern. Is how do you explain this woman's head being swollen, her eyes being black and swollen, lacerations on her face where the blood has dried this way, yet she's in a tub supposedly full with water, clumps of hair missing from the back of her head.
Missing?
Look at
I don't have any explanation. This is what I found.
Look, you clearly have no history. Looked you up in every system that I could find. I don't think by any means that whatever happened today was intentional, was planned, what was part of your character, of who you are, by any means. But I know, and you know, that something happened there today that caused this. Because it didn't happen from a slip and fall in the bathtub. It didn't happen that way, and you know that. And here's the thing. We have to have some kind of understanding from you. You're the only one that can help us understand what happened. Only you, because it was just you and her that was there today. You have to help us.
And that's why I've tried to answer every question.
But here's the thing, is every time you say tried, it means you failed. And you failed right now at helping us understand that.
I've told you everything.
You're
that I
missing
know.
parts, though. You're missing parts. Come on.
I would tell you, I have never, ever, and would never, ever hurt her.
I don't think you hurt her on purpose. David, I don't.
I would never hurt her on accident. It's not.
It's one of two things today. Okay. It was on purpose or it was an accident. You pick. But one of the two things happened. She didn't do this to herself, and there was nobody else there. What are we supposed to think? What you're saying doesn't make sense.
I'm saying I don't know what happened to her.
So when you pulled her out of the tub, you agreed with me that the water came out of the tub. There's not a spot of water on the floor, David. The carpet isn't wet. The carpet isn't wet from where she was pulled out of the bathtub, sopping wet, all the way around to the front of the couch. The carpet's not wet. There's no blood on the carpet. Average person would think if you pull somebody who has been in a tub with long brown hair, who's bleeding in a, what did you call it, rose-colored water in the tub, and you pull her out, water's going to come splashing out on the floor. It's going to splash onto the toilet, onto the vanity, onto everything in there. The little brown rug that was pushed off to the side is going to be wet. It's not, because that's not what happened. The evidence does not match what you're saying. And I understand that whatever happened today, like I said, was not planned, was not on purpose. Whatever happened, I'm certain was an accident. And that's why none of these details are matching up with what actually was there. So please help us to understand, because if you maintain what you're saying right now, do you understand that it just looks like you just don't care? You just have no remorse, no concern for what happened to your wife. If it was, and it's one of, like I said, it's one of two things. She didn't slip and fall. That's out of the picture. It's not a possibility.
What happened?
I don't know. You need to tell us what happened. Did you guys get into an argument? Was she pissed about the house?
No.
Was she? Did she catch you with another woman? Did she have a boyfriend?
No.
The stress of the house? I mean, David, I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't there to hear that conversation. Okay? I wasn't there. And that's why I need your help. You've got to help us understand what happened. Because it's not slip and fall. You didn't pull her out of the bathtub like you said you did. Because there's no water on the floor. There's no splashing of water anywhere in the bathroom. The inside of the tub is dry. Completely dry. The tub doesn't dry that fast. It was warm in that apartment. It's not going to dry that fast. There's no water on the floor. There's no water on the carpet. Nothing. The only place where there's anything wet is underneath that mattress, the mattress pad, and she's damp. She's not even wet. Her clothes weren't even wet. So you didn't pull her out of the tub at 2:50 or 3 o'clock or whatever time. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. You know that. We know that. But what we don't know is the rest of what you know. And you have to help us understand that. What happened to her today? And I understand whatever happened clearly happened earlier today. And I get it. I mean, I'm sure it freaked you out. I'm sure it was very stressful, whatever it was, and you got to figure it out and wrap your head around it. And how am I going to handle this? What am I going to do? Oh my God, it's an accident. But maintaining this, I mean, and that's not everything, but that's just some of the stuff I can lay out for you that's just not matching up. Okay? Do you remember, it's a pretty big case in Orange County. Do you remember Casey Anthony? Okay? Regardless on what you think about whether she had anything to do with that little baby's dying or not, okay? Yeah. What we do know is that everything that she said was proven to be a lie. From going to work at Universal, from all of the different things, so where she was, the nanny, the blah, 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 all the stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Long time, unfortunately, too long later on, they find that poor little baby in the woods, right? The mother clearly, the day she makes the phone call, says, I smell a rotting body or whatever she said in the trunk of the car. if Casey Anthony had come forward immediately, or even when the mother first picked up on what was wrong with the car and said, I screwed up. I wanted to go party, I left the kid in the car, the heat killed the kid. Okay? We can forgive people for accidents, for nearly anything. But what we can't forgive is when somebody maintains that lie and that coldness. We can't forgive them for that. And if Casey had come forward and said, you know what, it was an accident, she probably never would have been tried, or I don't know, whatever would have happened with it. It was Orange County's case, thank goodness. But we would have looked at her and viewed her a lot differently than we can ever do now.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to remember that, because this is going to be, it is already, the evidence is not aligning with what you're telling us. And I don't want you to think that I think any differently of you, or she does, or anybody else would think any differently of you if you come forward and you talk to us now about what really happened there today. Because she deserves to have the truth be told. And if it was an accident, if you guys were having sex, if it was rough sex, and if, you know, she passed out and then you freaked out, oh my God, let me try and revive her by putting her in the tub, you know, whatever. I mean, people do things. I mean, I don't know you at that level to know what's going through your head on whatever you want to try and help her. But what we do know is what was said is not what happened. Because it's just not possible. So you've got to help us. Can you do that?
I've told you everything.
David, don't go down that path. It's not going to work out. She did not get pulled out of that bathtub at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
And you're missing an entire hour in your timeline. You're missing an entire hour in your timeline. From when you say you found her to when you called 911.
I went upstairs 5 or 6 minutes before I called 911. I don't know what time it was when I called them.
I know, but we do.
I know you do. I know you
But
do.
you're missing almost an entire hour from the time you say you found her until the time you called us.
I don't think that's possible. I don't think there's a way that I could be.
I looked it up. I mean, I know what you told us. We both had it in our notes. We both looked at what time you told us, and we looked it up. What time we got the call. You're missing almost an entire hour.
I tried to tell you everything that I did from the time that I came home until the time that I went up there. I didn't look at my watch before I went out.
At the time you called the police, one of you should have already been on the way to get her son. So you're missing a significant amount of time.
What time was it?
I'll discuss that with you at a later time, but it is almost an entire hour
Okay,
that you're completely.
Don't to get him until 4:30.
Mm-hmm. That's what you said.
Pardon me?
That's what you said. Right. That's how I know what time you go to get him.
Correct.
You're missing a significant amount of time. David, you're going to get one shot at telling the truth. And you're really, really making this difficult on us. And it's not going to bode well for you. You're going to get one shot to tell the truth.
and it's right now. Okay? It's right now. You've got to tell us what happened between the two of you, because this is not looking good for you. Her injuries are way too severe.
I don't have any explanation for her, the severity of her injuries. I don't have any explanation, and that is also the part of this that frightens me the most. I don't have an explanation for that. There's nothing I can do to explain that without making something up, which is not the right thing to do.
For you to see the significance of her injuries up close and personal like you did, and come up with this cockamamie theory that she fell and hit her head, is just baffling to me that you thought we would believe that. It's just baffling.
I don't know what happened.
That you had a significant amount of time to come up with something, but to think that we would buy that she slipped and fell in the tub and hit her head, and you saw how significant those injuries were. You saw it up close and personal. You saw the swelling on her face. You described how the severity of her eye, the cuts to her face. To think that we would think that she slipped and hit her head and had a significant eye injury like she does. Both eyes.
Both eyes?
Both eyes. Do you know how those injuries occur to the eyes like that?
No.
You strangled her. And that's what the medical examiner is going to tell us? Because I've already spoken to the investigator. Crime scene folks, investigators were already there. I just got off the phone with the medical examiner investigator.
David, detective, something you should know. There's nobody better at domestic violence than this detective right here. She knows what she's talking about. She's seen enough of it in her 20 years that you need to say what happened today. What did she do that made you so mad? Nothing. You just strangled her for no reason?
You're not a cold-blooded killer, David. That didn't happen. You're not a cold-blooded killer. You're not a cold-blooded killer.
She didn't do anything.
You guys are practically newlyweds. Okay? Something pissed you off. Something she said, something she did. Maybe you guys were breaking up, but you haven't been married long enough to sleep in separate beds.
No.
Something's going on between the two of you.
We're not sleeping in separate beds.
You're sleeping in separate parts of the house. You're sleeping in different buildings.
Yeah. You're not even on the... I mean, there's a giant couch.
I'm sleeping downstairs, and I have slept there.
But that's not what you've said. But you've said that you sleep downstairs. You go down there when the TV is off. You let her spend more time with her son.
They're asleep. What I said is when they go to sleep and the lights go off, I spend the entire evening. I make dinner with them.
I understand that. You're sleeping in different parts of the house.
Once we go to sleep, we don't...
The bed's big enough for the both of you.
Pardon me?
The bed's big enough for the both of you.
That has never been, the size of the bed has never been the issue. The issue is that she wakes up frequently. Sleep apnea causes her to wake up over.
Why don't you put another bed in that room then?
We already have two, and we have a large couch, so there's plenty of space there, but I do sleep better without listening to her snore. It's pretty much that simple. And she sleeps better without me moving around. So unless it's a weekend or a night when Jackson's not there, we don't even think about it. This has been working for us really well.
So when was the last time you slept in bed with her?
The weekend previous, when Jackson was with his dad on Saturday night.
And what was different about that night?
We enjoyed sleeping together. We did it too. We did it for all the reasons that anyone else does it. To enjoy being close to each other.
But when was the time before that?
Probably before the surgery, but for a long time during the surgery I was sleeping on the couch upstairs.
So
when
prior
Jackson
to her
wasn't there.
surgery, so I know the whole surgery thing took a big chunk of time there, but before the surgery, how often?
Every other weekend when Jackson wasn't there.
That's got to put a strain on a relationship. You are a newlywed couple, and you're only sleeping in the same bed together every other weekend.
That didn't mean that we couldn't have sex more often than that just because we weren't sleeping.
No, I know, because I mean, you don't work outside of the home right now doing the construction, and she's there. So I mean, and it's not about the sex; it's just about the relationship of being.
We couldn't. We wouldn't agree more, and we said it over and over. And that's why when we got the chance, we did do it. And for a while with the appendectomy, she was going back and forth from the bed to the couch. Before that, when we got this couch up there in January, I did sleep up there a couple of times, but we weren't pushing it. We had the house coming online. We had a master bedroom that we were designing, and that was part of what was sustaining us.
But even when you moved into the new portion of the home, you weren't intending to share a bed?
Of course we were.
Well,
You were? What would it?
That's what I'm saying, is when we moved.
Why would it be any different once you moved into the house? She's still going to snore.
We'd have a separate bedroom, and she had said she would either try the CPAP or she's tried a number of different retainers that open to keep your.
But David, why would she do it then when the house is done and not now?
Because it interrupted her sleep, like I said before. It's not an inconsistency.
I know, but if you're going to do it in the future when the bedroom's done, it's going to interrupt your sleep then. That doesn't. Didn't that upset you? Wouldn't, I mean, if my husband wouldn't do it now for me, but he says, "Oh, I'm going to do it in the future."
I didn't think about it that much.
Come on. Really?
Because
That seems very unusual to me. You are a newlywed couple, and it doesn't bother you that your wife is not willing to do what she needs to do so you can sleep in the same bed.
We're in the
it
same.
didn't allow her to sleep. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't seem like we're picking. It just doesn't seem like the things that you are saying are inconsistent. I think that I've explained extremely well. She didn't sleep. She did, but you said we could, if she would do it, that we could both sleep well in the bed. And what I had said earlier, and what she told me, is that she couldn't sleep with it. That she didn't sleep well.
No, I know,
that her sleep was that important, and I agreed.
But she's going to do it in the future, which means she's not going to sleep in the future. So either way, she's not going to sleep.
I think it's an adjustment and a transition that she didn't feel like she could make right now because she couldn't afford the time that it would take.
And that didn't bother you?
Not that she didn't do it right now, that we were going to do it in the future. That was fine.
But she's sleeping in the only part of the residence that's semi-comfortable. You're sleeping in the garage with the dogs. And are you sleeping on a bed or on a couch?
On the couch that's down there.
Okay. And she didn't tell you to sleep down there?
No.
So you had an option?
Yeah, she wanted me to sleep over there as much as I could and as much as we could afford, and both get a good night's sleep.
So
and that's why we did start sleeping on the couch more. She was doing it after the surgery. I was doing it before the surgery. We didn't get that couch until January, the couch that we had before that wasn't as comfortable, but we did start doing it once we got the new couch.
You were sleeping upstairs or down?
I was sleeping upstairs more often, so one night during the week, and definitely on the Saturday night when we didn't have Jackson.
So the couch upstairs is new? Or the one downstairs?
New used. The upstairs one, yeah, we got in January.
Like on a, it's used?
Yeah, but it's a nice couch, it's comfortable.
Do either one of you have life insurance?
We both do.
You both do? Who's it through?
We purchased them through Patrick McCarty. He represents.
You spell McCarty?
Yeah, MCARTY.
And he works for who?
AXA Investments.
Is he local?
He is local, and
Is his number in your phone?
yes.
Where did you get
I got mine in November
Of what year?
last year.
2017?
Mhm.
And when did you all get married?
In February 2017.
2017. When you say I got mine, you mean on yourself?
Yeah,
How much?
$1 million.
$1 million? And when did Shanti get hers?
She's had hers for quite a while. I don't know when she got it.
Before the
She
marriage?
had it before I met her. She had it during her first marriage.
And what is her policy worth?
Same.
Which is? Which is? How much?
I think hers is $250.
I thought you said same. I missed it.
I thought you said who is it through, and I
Mm.
meant it's through the same person.
Through Patrick McCarty?
Correct.
Did she have you call him because she already had a policy with him?
He's her advisor, and so as long as we've been together, he's been trying to get more business from me.
So you have $1 million on yourself?
Correct.
And how much was her policy worth?
I think it was worth $250.
250,000. And she's had her since she was married to her ex?
They got theirs together. She kept hers on Jim.
She what?
She has a policy on Jim.
On Jim?
So she owns that policy. So
How much is that worth?
I don't know.
Who's the beneficiary on her policy?
I am.
You are? Not her son?
Correct.
When, since she had the policy while she was married to Jim, when did she change the beneficiary to you?
Sometime after we got married.
Do you know when?
I could trace it back, but we went down there together. We went down to his office together to change it.
After you were married?
I believe so.
So
Because her
sometime
name-
between...
because her name, I believe she had changed her name at that point. So I think it was sometime between when we got married in February, and I think some of her name change stuff came through maybe 6 weeks or 8 weeks after that. Driver's license and that kind of thing.
So when did you go down and meet with Patrick in order to change the beneficiary, the two of you?
I don't know exactly. I'm saying it was, if I had to guess, I would say it was around 2 months after. So maybe April.
of last year?
So it was several months before you got a policy through him.
Correct.
6 or 7 months before you got the policy for $1 million. Who's the beneficiary on yours?
She is.
Any other policies? Or just those two?
Just those.
through any other companies? No? The glaring issues, obviously, Detective McClellan's pointed out to you, and I don't know if she has any more points to make with you, but it's pretty evident to me that Shanti's been murdered. Been doing this for a really long time, David. This woman was strangled, possibly beaten. She's been murdered. And strangulation, as she indicated, in a domestic setting, strangulation with a woman is extremely personal. Women get strangled by people that they're married to or dating. It's very personal. It's very angry. Sometimes it happens because people black out, because they get so angry, they get blinded by their anger, and they black out and they just don't recall what happens. It's very common. And I've had several people tell me, yes, I put my hands around her throat and then I blacked out. I honestly don't know. When I woke up, she was on the floor. People get that angry. It is also very common when you come out of that blackout and you see someone on the floor that you try and revive them, that you drag them into the tub and try and wake them up. That I would totally understand. It's happened many, many times in my career. Okay. This woman was strangled and possibly beaten. She has significant injuries. Okay? Shanti's been murdered. This is not an accident. This is not a slip and fall. All her injuries tell us that. Okay? There is no one home but you. And this did not happen in the afternoon. Okay? She was barely damp. You did not pull her out of that tub at 3 o'clock. And honestly, I got to tell you, you've said many, many times that you couldn't lift her. She's 135 pounds. You're 6'2", almost 200. You could have picked her up out of the water, threw her over your back, rushed into the living room, laid her down, and started calling 911 and CPR. An hour went by before that occurred. Okay? There's no question in my mind you could have very easily, at 6'2", 190, grabbed her out of the tub, threw her over your shoulder, and ran into the other room. You're able-bodied, you're a man, and you're quite a big guy, especially for someone who's 5'7" ½ $135. I could have picked her up, even at dead weight. She's not 250 pounds. Okay? Very easily. And the other significance to that is even if she was a little heavy, when people see a car roll on someone they love, they pick up the car. When you see a house burning and your loved one's inside, you don't think. You run into a burning house. Why? Adrenaline. So even if you couldn't lift her, even if she was 278, your adrenaline would have kicked in the moment you saw someone you love in distress, and you would have very easily whipped her out of that tub. Adrenaline does that for us. Would have been very easy for you, even if she was heavy, and she's not. Okay? Nothing that you've told us today happened. There's slivers of truth in every lie, and you've told us some significant slivers. There's sporadic truth in a lot of what you said tonight. Sporadic truth. We've pretty much figured out what parts are true. Most of it is complete fucking bullshit. Complete bullshit. And I don't think you're a bad guy. I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer. But I do think you killed your wife. And I don't think you meant to do it. And I don't have a problem telling the state attorney's office you didn't mean to do it. I don't have a problem telling the state attorney's office that you didn't plan this, that you didn't do it to get $250,000 so you could finish the house and live there with someone else. Okay? I mean, there's first-degree murder, David. There's second-degree murder. there's manslaughter. Okay? If you want me to go out and leave this room and prove that you stood to gain $250,000 so you could finish the house the way you wanted to, so you could move someone else in that you care about more, if you want me to go out and prove first-degree murder, that's an option. I don't think that's what happened. I don't think you premeditated this. I don't think you planned this. I think some shit went bad and you fucked up. That's what I think. And I don't have a problem telling the state attorney office that. Okay? I think you made a mistake. I think you screwed up bad and you made a mistake and you tried to figure it out and cover it up. And her wrapped in that thing that she was laying on, that mattress pad, there was no need for that. You had her on the floor, on the carpet, in front of the TV. Anything you needed to do to her could have happened right then and there. There was no reason to move her again. No reason to wrap her in anything unless you planned to dispose of her body. Unless for a brief, fleeting moment, you thought about wrapping her up and getting her out of there and taking her someplace else. And then you realize you just couldn't do it. You're not that guy. You're not a cold-blooded killer. It's not like you go around killing women. Okay? It's not like you're a serial killer. Maybe for a brief moment you thought about it. But there was no reason to move her. There's no significant change between where she is in front of the couch and where she is next to the bed. The surface is the same. It's just as hard. You're going to do CPR, you can do it in one place as easily as you can do it in the other. There's no reason to grab the mattress pad. There's no reason to put her on it. There's just no reason for it. And you've tried to explain it away and away and away, and it makes zero sense. You've made some significant errors in whatever plan that you decided to tell us that you've been making up all day. It's not jiving. We're not buying it for 1 minute. You got to tell us the truth, David. This is not looking good for you. And if you want me to go out and prove first-degree murder, I'll make you a cold-blooded killer. It's not a problem. I'll prove you withstood that you were going to finish the house with a 250 thing. Okay, that it'll make you look terrible, and you'll end up with nothing, and you'll face the first-degree murder charge. That's not what happened. I don't think you did that. I don't think you're that guy. I've sat toe-to-toe with a lot of murderers who killed their wives and couldn't have given a shit. That's not David. David cared about this woman, probably loved her. She's a beautiful lady. Beautiful lady. But we talked to her ex-husband. She's also a bitch. At least that's the way he described her. He told us how she can be. He told us how she can get.
What did he say?
He told us. He told us how she can be. He lived with her. He called her a bitch. More than once. Smart, ingenious, financial whiz, but she can be nasty. We get it. These things happen. Okay? You wouldn't be the first noble, you'd be the last. But sticking to this line that you've given us today is going to make you look like a fool. The truth is going to be the only thing that minimizes what happens. It's got to match up, Dave. It has to. It has to be consistent with what we know. And that's how we're going to know the truth when we hear it, because it's going to match.
It's okay. It will be okay. We can't help you until you help us. We wouldn't spend this much time with somebody that we thought was just a cold-blooded killer and that didn't give a shit. I understand how difficult it has to be for you to come forward after making such a mistake. I get it. But you know, in your heart, what happened. And you know what the right thing to do is. What happened today, David? I promise you, you'll feel better. With all this pressure on you. And that's because you care. It's because it's not part of who you are. You didn't plan it, you didn't intend this. This was put upon you, and now you have to figure out a way to deal with it. What happened? What did she say? What did she do today that started the argument? Was it about the house? About her kid? What was she mad at? What was she bitching about? Money, finances, getting the house done, the dogs. I mean, who knows? Women get pissed off at everything.
Let it out, David.
I promise you, you'll feel better. And you deserve to feel better. Was she cheating on you?
you. I know you care. I appreciate that.
We do, David, because we've been around so long. We just know we can tell how people truly are, and this is not your heart. I mean, this is not who you are, and I know you hate what happened. I know you hate it, and I know you wish you could take it back, and I know you hope that you wake up and this is a nightmare. And I know you, but until we hear the truth and some sort of remorse, I'm just not convinced that this wasn't planned. And I think I'm reading you pretty good. I don't think that's who you are. I don't think you've been planning this for weeks on end. Okay? So I don't think your intention was, financial. I hope that's not who you are. I hope that you're not some guy that just goes around and takes advantage of women for financial gain. Okay? I know there's some mean people on Match.com, but I hope that when we dig into your past, we're not going to find that you're going around taking advantage of women around the country. Okay? I don't think that's you. Okay? That's not like Scott Peterson, who killed Lacey Peterson, who's got 4 or 5 different girlfriends in 4 different states. Okay? I don't think that's who David is. I think David made a mistake. And I don't think David needs to pay as severely as someone like Scott Peterson. I think David needs to tell the truth. And David's going to feel better about that. And then we're going to deal with what that truth is. And we're going to be able to figure it out together. Okay? We can figure it out together, but I gotta know the truth, Dave. We'll figure out the next steps. Just get it off your chest. don't know how right now.
Sure you do. Because every time you close your eyes, you're thinking about telling us the truth. And every time you close your eyes, you're seeing this happen. You're never going to be able to close your eyes and not see this happen. The only way that goes away is if you're honest. It's going to haunt you. But all we have right now is what the evidence tells us, what Shanti tells us, and a whole lot of bullshit from you, and that's not going to work. Okay? Her body doesn't lie. People do. Unfortunately, fortunately for us, decedents do not lie. And you're going to keep reliving this over and over and over again, and it's never going to get off your conscience until you clear your conscience.
David, if it was a mistake and an accident, just explain that for us.
You didn't know your own strength. You didn't mean to do it. You know we know. And you know we're going to prove it. I just don't want to make you out to be some cold-blooded killer, because I don't think you are. And that's the one thing that we can be in control of here, okay? We can be in control of the narrative. We can be in control of, is this first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter? What is this? Is this an accident? What is this? We can be in control of that, okay? Her injuries are her injuries. They are what they are, okay? I can write that as first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, a mistake, an accident, you blacked out. I can write it however it is, okay? I don't like to make shit up. I like the truth. And that's all anybody wants in a situation like this, is the truth. And that's what her dad deserves. That's what her son deserves. That's what her grandmother deserves, her friends. They just want the truth. And you're close to her family. I'm sure you're close to her friends. I mean, what do we want these people thinking about you?
What do you want your mom to think about you? Your mother wouldn't want you to maintain this lie.
Because God forbid we paint you out to be some sort of monster. I mean, that's not fair.
And she's got to sit through that?
And she knows that's not her boy. I don't think that's fair to you. I don't think what happened to Shanti is fair either, but I don't think it's fair to you to make you some sort of cold-blooded killer monster who is out greedy for money. I don't think that's who you are. But those are your choices. You either made a mistake or you're a monster who didn't really care for this woman, who didn't love her, who married her because maybe she had potential to make really good money or has some money, or maybe for the life insurance. Who knows? I mean, that's what people are going to think unless we are able to say the truth.
But it's one or the other, Dave. You either made a mistake or you're a cold-blooded killer. Which one are you? Dave, was it a mistake?
Was it an accident? What if we start from the top again? The top of today. You get up, you take the dogs out, right? Where did you sleep last night?
Downstairs.
Okay. And you got up, was it light out when you got up? Did you have to pull the trash to the curb?
I did that the night before.
Okay. And so you're kind of milling around downstairs. She comes down at what time? You think?
I think it was before 7:30. I think it was after 7:15 or so.
Okay. She normally come down first to have a cigarette. It's like that. Usually the first thing she does in the morning. Okay. So she came down to smoke. What did you guys talk about?
She didn't feel good. And she didn't feel like going to the dentist. And she was happy that she didn't have to jump on a call or do anything right away. And she just wanted to enjoy either a little more sleep or just doing nothing for a while. And she finished her cigarette. She just said she needed to do a couple things upstairs. She always does. And very normal and typical conversation.
Okay. So how many cigarettes did she smoke?
It was probably part of one or
I'm sorry?
one or less. Is typical.
Okay.
So take us from that point and tell us the truth.
Are you religious?
Hmm?
Are you religious?
Yeah.
You want to pray?
Or have you been?
So she goes back upstairs. And what are you doing? Any tension at that time? Anything? Okay.
So just we'll stop asking. Just start from the beginning. We'll give you a clean slate. Give you a clean slate. Just tell us the truth from that point on.
We also discussed what I would do. We discussed that vendor list that I mentioned to you. I discussed that we were both tired and we both stayed up together late. I discussed how she was feeling, her stomach. And I did the same morning routine that I always do. I usually wait for her to come down. Just to get a feel for what her day is going to be like. Actually check with her to see if what, like I said before, what we can coordinate on. In a busy week, that might be all she had the time to talk about until she's done. We don't have a landscaper or a grounds crew. I do everything with the yard. I do everything with the pool. But the main thing was just getting it going so we did talk about the courtyard. Just what we're going to fill out. As far as the day we can put pieces of whatever out. We had some junk back there we wanted to get rid of. And like I said, we also talked about me going on a walk, get some exercise. I have a sciatica condition. It's not all the time, but when I do overdo it, it does slow me down. So usually walking is good for that. Relaxing is good for that. And that was pretty much the gist of it until I left. The only thing that changed when she came down, she just sounded more positive about going to the dentist. She had been on the fence. She'd been up for a while. She just seemed more positive. She told me to have a good walk. And that was it. It was less than I talked.
Did you just say that was the last time you talked to her?
You didn't actually take the walk, though, did you? Yes or no?
Yes.
When you took the walk, was Shanti alive?
Yes.
Was she alive when you went to take the dogs to the park?
I don't know. From everything that I'm hearing, I don't think so.
Well, before we said anything, you told us you felt like she was deceased before you left.
I didn't say that I knew. I just felt like I thought she might have been.
You felt like she was deceased before you took the dogs to the park.
Mm-hmm.
What would make you feel that way?
Because she didn't go to the dentist.
So someone doesn't go to the dentist and you think they're dead?
No.
She told you she might not go. The normal thinking would be she changed her mind.
Or just that something changed or something happened.
Something did happen, and you knew something happened. That's why you felt it. And you didn't feel it because you're psychic. You felt it because you know. Because you knew. Before you left with the dogs, you knew she was deceased.
No, I said that tonight. But looking back on it now, with what we know.
You said that before we knew anything. You said that before we told you anything. It's one of the first things you said when we walked in.
That's not... You're twisting things. What? I didn't say that I knew in the morning.
No, you said
But
you
I said-
felt like it.
No, I feel like it now. After I knew she passed away. Not that I knew in the morning. I guess.
What would make you feel like she was deceased before you left? What would make you say that?
I didn't have that feeling before I left.
No, what would make you say that to us?
I didn't say that to you. I said that looking back on it. I didn't say that I felt like that.
I'm not saying you did. I'm saying what would make you feel as though she was deceased? Why did you feel that way? Looking for where I wrote it.
Because I thought the shower had something to do with it. And that's what I said before, that that's when she would be getting ready to go. I got the feeling that's what she was going to do.
Now I'm concerned she wasn't okay. when I left.
That's not what I said.
It's not what you said?
She wrote it down.
Oh, no.
I didn't say it. The context to me is not what I meant or what I said.
Read it, read it.
Now I'm concerned.
Now. I'm sorry, I don't...
She wasn't okay?
When I left.
No.
I would have to agree with you. I don't think she was okay when you left. Because when we got there, she should have been soaking wet. Her clothing should have been soaking wet. Her hair should have been soaking wet. The floor should have been soaking wet. The bathtub should have been soaking wet.
David, you're a smart guy.
This isn't rocket
Don't
science.
look like you're puzzled. You're a smart guy. That you know now.
You panicked.
And you panicked. Exactly, I'm sorry. And
The floor was wet.
no, it wasn't. No, it was not.
The bathroom floor is not wet. The tub's not wet.
I know that you didn't plan this because none of this makes sense. If you had planned this and this had been intentional, this all would have made much more sense and it would have been a lot more difficult for somebody to figure out. But it's so obvious. And that's why I know that it wasn't intentional on your part. And you're not a good liar. You're terrible at it. Terrible. Because none of this makes sense. Because it's not in your nature to be like that. You weren't raised like that. I'm certain that your mother instilled good values in you and did not raise you to lie and to make stuff up. And that's why you're terrible at it. It's not a bad thing. And because you know you want to do the right thing. For you and for her. It almost sounds to me like she treated you like you were the help. That's what it sounds like to me. I got to do the yard. I got to take care of the pool. I got to do the work on the house. I got to clean the pool twice a day. I got to take care of the dogs. And I'm sleeping in the garage. So it sounds like what the ex said about her being a strong bitch.
Where she say goes.
Yeah.
You're so mild-mannered that you don't want to stir the pot. You stand up to her when it's necessary, but you pick your battles. But I think you just want it to be right and good. You don't like to fight. I don't know if she called you a name or if she belittled you in some way or made you feel less than a man. But my guess is she wasn't treating you very well. And there's only so much anyone can take before they snap. And maybe you felt like she got what was coming to her.
You what?
Maybe you felt like she got what was coming to her.
What was it today? What was she upset about today?
Her tooth and going to the dentist. Or not going to the dentist. And how it was going to make her stomach feel.
Is she constantly complaining about her health or about one thing or the other? Is she kind of always sick, or is it kind of all about her all the time? Woe is me. Everything's about me. Take care of me. Come sit with me. Come smoke with me.
Stay in the bathroom with me.
Stay in the bathroom with me. We all know women like that. It's all about them and what you can do for them and what have you done for me lately.
And where, I found it interesting when you mentioned that so she could have more time with her son. A husband should come first, and then a child. Was that a suggestion of hers? Did she comment that she needed more time with her son? I mean, did she put you after him?
No, again, the comment was pretty clear. It was picking him up early so he could be at our home.
That's not the comment she's referring to.
No.
It was the one that you said you were sleeping downstairs, so when Jackson was there, she could have more one-on-one time with him.
More personal time with him. I mean, was there ever a conflict because of her son?
Yeah, I don't remember saying that it was in any way in relationship vis-a-vis me, her having.
It was one of the things you mentioned. One of the reasons you were
I did
sleeping
mention
downstairs.
it, but what I'm saying is I do not believe that it was in any way having less time with me. It just seemed like these are all things that are made to stretch and prod into something that's not there.
Just asking. You made the comment that you sleep downstairs in the garage, so that one of the reasons is so that she can have more personal time with her son. If you're going down there...
We're all asleep. Okay, so I made it very clear that's when we're all going to bed.
Right, but you also made the comment very clear that so she could have more personal time with her son.
I said on the half nights that he is there, because as a parent and as a child, when you only have partial custody, it's completely normal and completely natural, I think, to feel like you don't get enough time with your mom when you can only be with her 3.5 nights a week. Every child's going to feel that way. Every child is going to feel that way.
Nobody said that any different.
Well, what does that have to do with you?
I don't think it had anything to do with me. That's my point, is I don't think it had one thing to do with me. But I wasn't leaving her up there alone, and I wasn't leaving her, I don't think we were depriving our relationship because they slept in the same room and woke up in the same room. I don't think that changed. I really don't think that changed anything, but they did have a nighttime routine. As far as what time and exactly what he was going to do the next day, and as a step-parent, you're not as involved in every one of those specific decisions as the biological parent is. And you
Does his stepmother at his dad's house sleep in the same room with his dad? Or does she sleep somewhere else? Because I think to an 8-year-old kid, that's got to be very bizarre. My mom married this guy, but he doesn't sleep in the same room. I think it's very nice.
all the time. You're making a global universal statement on something that isn't.
Well, there's more.
And I think he understands that we do things sometimes. In fact, sometimes he would want to have a night where we stayed up watching movies and we would sleep
together. We hadn't done that since the house. We had done that for about a year and a half since the house had switched, but we were talking about doing it more. I just don't want to. I just don't want to paint those things to be any. You're right. That's not who I am. I would never. I would never look at something that's so understandable and so benign and think something.
Then what
But,
happened?
but you're also not investigating someone's murder, and we are.
I granted,
Okay.
but
Okay, and
I don't
so-
think we need to exaggerate any of the points
we're-
that I made
but-
clearly
and
or
listen,
say they're discrepancies.
And had you walked in and told the truth several hours ago, we'd be done by now. We haven't heard it. Okay? So forgive us for grasping at straws and maybe trying to choose.
I do
And
not.
maybe trying to choose things that mean nothing. And I think we're kind of grasping at straws because we're not hearing it, Dave. I mean, you can walk in and this could take 15 minutes and you just got to say, I screwed up, I made a mistake, and this is what happened. But we have not heard that from you in a very long time. And that's why we keep going over it and over your past statements and over everything you've told us, because there's sliver of truth in every lie you've said tonight. Sliver of truth in all of it. So maybe we're hitting on that, making it a big deal, and it's not a big deal. But we're missing something.
Maybe it was extremely stressful to walk in and see your wife in that condition, and if I miscalculated marginally the amount of water that was there, she was certainly wet. She was certainly.
I don't know
in
why
the
you would have
tub.
been shocked seeing that when you knew she was deceased before you left.
I didn't say I knew she was deceased before I left. I didn't say that until tonight, that looking back on it, that I thought it was more likely she had gotten in the shower before I took the dogs than after. That's all I said.
Okay, look at.
So I was still
Dave,
surprised when I
she
walked
didn't
in.
stick her foot in the shower and slip. That didn't happen.
If she did, she would have fell backwards.
And you didn't find her at 3 o'clock.
Didn't
That didn't
happen.
happen.
I don't know that.
You don't know that? Common sense would tell you if you pull a woman soaking wet out of a tub at 3 o'clock and call the police within 6 minutes, then everything will be soaking wet when the police arrive within 3 minutes of that. That's common sense.
So how did everything dry up?
That's our question.
'Cause it
She
happened-
wasn't pulled out at 3 o'clock. It didn't happen.
There's a science behind evaporation, and that science is not matching
It's not
The-
magic.
3
Okay.
o'clock.
I can take a
Science.
shower at 6:30 in the morning, and at 10 o'clock at night, my towel's still wet. Your shower even stays wet. I mean, it's just common sense.
The water was definitely filled up to where you said, but not at 3 o'clock.
That's the sliver of truth. There's blood in the water. There's another sliver of truth. I know you think you thought of everything, but you didn't.
I don't think I thought of everything, and I've told you over and over, I don't know.
You do know. You have to stop saying you don't know, because you do know. You do, David. You do know. You know exactly what happened, because it was only you and her there. There was nobody else there. Nobody.
I don't know what happened when I wasn't there.
No,
There
I'm sure.
There had to have been close to well over an hour in the morning that I wasn't there, and well over 2 hours in the afternoon that I
Right,
wasn't
that's
there.
very possible that you left the residence. However, when you were there, whatever happened to her happened when you were there. It didn't happen when you were gone. It happened when you were there. And I wouldn't expect you to know what happened when you were gone. Nothing happened when you were gone.
She was already deceased.
Talk around in circles. Trust me. The evidence and her body speak for itself. And your story is BS. So you better figure it out before it goes too far. Because I'm telling you right now, nobody is going to believe that. Nobody. If you maintain that, you're going to look like a fool. Picture telling that story with your mother sitting there listening to that. And try it. Like,
As it's picked apart by as everything you told us is picked apart by everyone who testifies.
and we haven't even hit on everything.
We're holding some of it back, waiting to hear the truth. People can be sympathetic when they hear people be honest and remorseful. They can be empathetic to a situation that gets out of hand. But when people lie for hours on end and say, I know nothing about nothing, I don't know how she got that way, I thought she tripped and fell, I wasn't home, I was here, I was there, conveniently you're not there. It's complete hogwash.
And we haven't even got the medical examiner's findings from the strangulation and all the things that go along with that. It's science. It's not guessing. It's medical science.
Plus everything we've done at your home tonight. We're still there.
So what time did it happen? Was it before you took the dogs or when you came back? Let's start with that. What time did this argument ensue? I'm gonna go with, from the story that you told us, I'm going somewhere around 11:30. 11:30, 12:30-ish. If you went for the walk around Lake Lucerne, Lake Davis,
Which we'll be able to prove.
Yep. If you did that and came back, 10:35, 10:45 would be real close. Both cars were there, so I figured she decided not to go to the dentist. I told her I was going to take the dogs to the park earlier to play frisbee. I took dogs for a short walk, measured something to do with the stairs, looking to see how much room was left, and then took the dogs
And you
to
may
Park
have done that,
America
but I don't think you did it at that moment.
at 11:45.
There's a sliver of truth. Maybe you measured the stairs, but not in that moment.
Do you guys normally text each other during the day at all? Like if you go somewhere, you shoot her a text, hey, I'm here, do you need anything at Publix? Pick you up lunch?
Thinking of you. Have a good day. What time are we going to get Jackson?
Sometimes, but we're so close, she would usually come down. She would usually do that at Mama when she was free.
I find it very odd, we've all been in relationships in this room, that your last communication with her beyond the phone was the day before. The evening of the day before, when she tells you that Jim's on his way. I find it very odd that at no time at all on Tuesday that you all communicate via phone. That you're gone on the walk for over an hour, that you're at the park for over an hour and a half, or an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours. And there's zero communication between the two of you the entire day until you say you found her just after 3. Not a phone call, not a text. Nothing. My assumption is you don't call or text someone you know isn't going to read it. Can't read it.
It's all going to show in a pattern. And when the pattern breaks on Tuesday,
It's going to look very, very odd. They communicate every single day. But on Tuesday, her communication stops on her phone at this time, and oddly, so is his.
David, what we're telling you with all of this is it's all going to come out in the wash. It's all going to come out. We're trying to afford you the opportunity to say what happened.
And
Because
don't,
we know everything but that right now. We know that something happened between you and her. She's dead. She's murdered. Intentionally or otherwise. She's dead. The evidence on her is it is. The evidence in the apartment is what it is. We can't rewind. I know you wish that you could rewind today. Believe me, I've had those days. Probably not to this degree, but I've had those days. But you can't. You have to move forward. And the best course of action for you is to tell the truth. What happened? This BS about 3 o'clock and tubs and it's crap. It's crap. You know it's crap. It's a crappy story. Yeah, you don't know what happened when you were gone. I get it. But you know what happened when you were there, and that's what counts. Don't make it worse on yourself. You have to carry on. You still have your whole life to live. You still have your whole life. Where do you want it to go? How do you want it to proceed? You can't change the facts from today. You can't. The only thing you can do is improve on them, and that's by telling the truth. I know it seems like crazy, like holy shit. If I tell them what happened today, it's not going to be great. Who wants to admit that something happened and somebody died? Nobody wants to do that. I get it. But maintaining this crappy story is going to make it look like you don't give a crap about your dead wife. Think about where you want to be in the future. You still have a future. Now's your opportunity to make it the best it can be.
Do you want to elaborate on that? What do you mean? What do you mean as to the future?
You still have a future. You still have a life to live. You're still breathing. You're a young man. You still have the rest of your life to live. I can't tell you what's going to happen to you. I don't know, because you're not telling the truth. I can tell you that she's a lead detective in this. And if you maintain this BS, she has one choice to go with.
The narrative I choose to write, based on the facts that we know,
Right.
whether it's true or not.
But it's what we have.
You don't want me to surmise what happened, do you? Just based on evidence, testimony? You want me to tell your truth, or do you want to tell your truth? Because if I tell your truth, it's probably going to be first degree, premeditated, and I'll make you probably look like I am. I don't think that's fair, but you're not leaving me a lot of choice.
And then what happens?
You face the music.
Which is?
You face the music. You face a jury of your peers. You gotta understand, we're in control of the narrative here. You and I and Detective McClellan are in control of the narrative here. We're gonna know the truth when we hear it. David, we've been doing this a really long time. Okay? We're gonna know the truth when we hear it. It's gonna match what we already know. We've been extremely patient with you.
You're not going to be able to just BS your way out of this. You're not going to be able to maintain this and think it's going to go away. It is not going to go away. The hardest point for you to deal with is right here and now. Right here and now. This is the pinnacle. From here, you choose. I know it doesn't seem real. I know you probably think, well, why would she be telling me the truth? Why would she be sitting here to try and help me? Because you're not the kind of person that we've both dealt with in the past. You're not that person. I could be home sleeping. I got a kid at home. No, don't be sorry, because this is my job. And I put forth what I think people deserve. And I think you deserve that. And I can't imagine how hard it is to sit there in your chair right now. But I know you have the ability, I know you're a strong enough man to step up when you made a mistake.
Appreciate the very kind things that you've said.
I'm missing what you're saying because of your suit that you're moving, but I'm kind of missing it. It's really loud, but I missed what you said because you're talking so loud.
I'm sorry, it's falling out. I appreciate the things that you've said and the genuine consideration and thoughtfulness behind it. I don't know what else I consider it.
The truth.
I feel like everything that I have said, and I know you don't want to hear this, you told me over and over, the things that you call discrepancies still ring true and are, if not perfectly accurate, directionally correct to everything.
If not perfectly accurate, directionally correct?
You're talking about things like evaporation, right, and how wet something was. If I miscalculated how wet.
Directionally correct? I don't even know if I know what that means.
It's just doesn't mean anything in this context.
Okay. Okay.
And
Well, there only seems to be one thing, and I don't have that for you. I don't have the information that you're looking for. I'm so sorry.
You don't have the
I know.
truth? David, you killed this woman.
I cooperated so I could give you all the information and all
You
the...
cooperated because you thought
all
that
the
your
backstory.
language would overwhelm
No,
us,
not
and you
at
thought
all.
you could pull the wool over our
I
eyes.
don't think there was any effort to do that.
All of this, all these tangents, all this flowery,
But tangents
fancy
were answers
language,
answers to
all the
questions that you
details.
asked. To questions that you asked. That's
Many,
if
many.
I
You
misinterpret.
know how many interviews I've done in 20 years? Hundreds. Hundreds.
Okay.
Okay? I know the truth when I hear it. Hundreds. Especially from someone who should be acting one way and is acting another. Okay?
It is acting what?
You know, you fake cried for about 7 or 8 hours today. Not one tear came out of your eyes. Not one. Not one. Not on scene with the officers. Not in this room. You have fake cried over this woman's death since we made contact with you. For hours. And every single time you fake cried, we wrote it down. Not one tear came out of your eyes. Not one.
Nope.
Okay? We've been extremely patient with you for a very long time. I am losing my patience at this point because there is not a lick of remorse for what you did to this woman. Not even a little bit. Okay? I'm really starting to believe you wanted her dead. And I'm really starting to believe you planned it. David. Because not a lick of remorse. Not even a little. You sat there for the last 2 hours and stared at her picture, and you haven't cried. Not one tear. You're staring at a woman you're telling us you're in love with, and you've done nothing the whole time. But close your eyes, huddle up, and protect your own ass. And that's all you've done. You've not shed one tear on that picture. Not one. You claim to love that woman? I would be under the fucking table in a ball if I was in love with that woman and she was dead. I would be inconsolable. I wouldn't even be able to utter the words or talk to detectives for 6 or 7 hours like you have. Okay? You've not shed one tear in that picture. And you've been staring at it since she presented it to you. 2 hours ago. Over 2 hours ago. You are not remorseful for what happened to her. You could give 2 shits about what happened to Shanti tonight. Okay? I told you she was murdered. Murdered. Someone took her life from her. And there's nothing. You can't even fake it. That's how much you could give a shit. You can't even fake it. I know you think your theatrics and your maybe some drama that you've had in your past was good. It was terrible. The officers on scene didn't believe you, and neither do we. You fucked up. That's the end of it. You screwed up. You made a mistake, whatever it is. I'm starting to believe it wasn't a mistake. I'm starting to believe that David wanted this chick dead. for whatever you might gain, for control, creative control of the house, so you can direct the build. I don't know what your motivation would be, but I know you stand to benefit. I know that the show that's going to happen is now yours. That all the decisions that are made are now yours. The 250 grand you tend to inherit, you can build the house of your dreams. Maybe never work again. I know there's motivation. Is it the accurate motivation? Maybe not. Is it what I'm going to paint you as? Probably. Because there's no more arguments over the house. You have complete creative control. You get the TV show. You get the $250,000. You get it all.
I don't get anything.
And you get to sleep where you want to
Get
sleep.
anything.
You don't have to sleep in the garage with the
Are
dogs.
you kidding? I don't get anything.
You don't have to deal with her son.
How do you not?
The house is in a trust in your name. You never even filled out the notary paperwork to get her name on it. It's in your name. You understand, you get everything. You don't have to put up with her. You don't have to, you don't have to listen to it anymore. You don't have to sleep in the garage with the dogs anymore.
On a couch.
On a couch. You don't have to deal with it. She's finally out of your life. Just like you wanted.
Is your Lexus back?
Get your car back. You don't have to listen to it. You don't have to listen to her telling you how she's working her ass off and you're not doing shit.
You can clean the pool when you want. Not mow the grass.
For 3 years she's been bitching about it. You know what Jackson said? If Dave would just listen to me, that's what his mom says. If Dave would just listen to me, this would get done. He even mimics her when she says your name. And he does it perfectly, just like Shanti did it. If he just listened to me. But you don't listen, apparently. She rules the roost. She's a pain in the ass. She wants it done her way.
She wants flat ceilings and flat floors.
Okay? She probably set the build back by God knows how many months. Because she didn't listen to you.
And bitched about having to live in one room for 18 months.
She bitched about it. Her son told us she bitched about it. His father told us she bitched about it. And she blames you. She has blamed you the entire time. And after 2 or 3 years of hearing her bitch, or 2 years or a year and a half, however long you've been in that house, of hearing her complain every effing day about that house, and blaming you, belittling you, forcing you to sleep with the dogs in the garage.
Talk about being in the doghouse.
Treating you like treating you like the hired help. Take out the trash, clean the pool. She treats you like a landscaper, like the pool boy. She doesn't treat you equal. Probably because she's bringing in the money.
Or is it something else?
And when we're done talking to her friends, and going through her phone, and talking to her family, and they tell us all about your relationship.
And video.
And we prove your story is full of holes. And we prove when she died. And we prove where you were. Because honestly, after today, I mean, you've had ample opportunity, David. Ample opportunity to tell us the truth. Okay? No one's going to accuse us of not giving you ample opportunity to tell the truth. Because you've had it. You've had a lot of it. So we're just going to prove you're full of shit and solve this case. And I'm glad you think that's funny. I'm glad you think that's funny. I'm glad you think that's funny.
I told you
Okay?
about fun.
Because every time you smirk and smile,
I'm smirking and smiling.
okay, that's going to be seen as well.
And what do you think? What happened? What happened between you and her today that caused it to end like this? What did she say to you? David, this is your life you're talking about, that you're closing your eyes through.
I'm not being disrespectful.
I don't think you're being disrespectful. I don't care about a level of respect right here. I think you're being ridiculous by closing your eyes when you have to think about what's ahead. It will prove where you were when she died. And when you are found to be at that residence when she died by being murdered, and you were the only person there, figure it out. He's motherless. Motherless. He's 8.
at him. Look at Jackson, how happy he was. Now think about what you took away from her and from him. You're kind enough to let them spend time together, quality time together. Now what do I tell Jackson? David's a monster. The man living with your mom, who took your mom to the courthouse, swore to love and protect, honor, who said vows in front of God to do right by his mother, lied his ass off and killed her for the money. What do I tell Jackson? Jackson knows you guys fight. He knows you argue. He's young, but he's bright. Are we boring you? Look at his picture, David.
Yeah, I know.
How do you explain this? What are you going to tell Jackson? If you're going to sleep, I'm going to start writing. Take a nap while your life's hanging in the balance.
Going down there
Oh,
with it.
okay, so I made it very clear when we're all going to bed.
Right, but you also made the comment very clear that so she could have more personal time with her son.
I said on the half nights that he is there, because as a parent and as a child, when you only have partial custody, it's completely normal and completely natural, I think, to feel like you don't get enough time with your mom when you can only be with her 3.5 nights a week. Every child's going to feel that way. Every child is going to feel that way.
Nobody said that any different.
Well, what does that have to do with you?
I don't think it had anything to do with me.
Okay.
That's my point, is I don't think it had one thing to do with me. But I wasn't leaving her up there alone, and I wasn't leaving her, I don't think we were depriving our relationship because they slept in the same room and woke up in the same room. I don't think that changed. I really don't think that changed anything, but they did have a nighttime routine. As far as what time and exactly what he was going to do the next day, and as a step-parent, you're not as involved in every one of those specific decisions as the biological parent is. And you
Does his stepmother at his dad's house sleep in the same room with his dad? Or does she sleep somewhere else? Because I think to an 8-year-old kid, that's got to be very bizarre. My mom married this guy, but he doesn't sleep in the same room. I think it's very nice.
all the time. You're making a global, universal statement on something that isn't.
Well, there's more.
And I think he understands that we
Okay.
do things sometimes. In fact, sometimes he would want to have a night where we stayed up watching movies and we would sleep together. We hadn't done that since the house. We had done that for about 1.5 years since the house had switched, but we were talking about doing it more. I just don't want to paint those things to be any. You're right. That's not who I am. I would never look at something that's so understandable and so benign and think something.
Then what happened?
But you're also not investigating someone's murder, and we are.
I granted.
Okay.
Granted.
Okay, and
I
so.
don't think we need to exaggerate any of the
And
points
we're-
that I make
and
clearly or
listen,
say they're discrepancies.
And had you walked in and told the truth several hours ago, we'd be done by now. But we haven't heard it. Okay? So forgive us for grasping at straws and maybe trying to choose.
I do.
And
No.
maybe trying to choose things that mean nothing. And I think we're kind of grasping at straws because we're not hearing it, Dave. I mean, you can walk in and this could take 15 minutes and you just got to say, I screwed up, I made a mistake, and this is what happened. But we have not heard that from you in a very long time. And that's why we keep going over it and over your past statements and over everything you've told us, because there's sliver of truth in every lie you've said tonight. Sliver of truth in all of it. So maybe we're hitting on that, making it a big deal, and it's not a big deal. But we're missing something.
Maybe it was extremely stressful to walk in and see your wife in that condition, and if I miscalculated marginally the amount of water that was there, she was certainly wet. She was certainly.
I don't know why you would have been shocked seeing that when you knew she was deceased before you left.
I didn't say I knew she was deceased before I left. I didn't say that until tonight, that looking back on it, that I thought it was more likely she had gotten in the shower before I took the dogs than after. That's all I said.
Okay, look at.
So I was still.
Dave, she
surprised
didn't
when I
stick her foot in the shower and slip. That didn't happen.
If she did, she would have fell backwards.
And you didn't find her at 3 o'clock.
Didn't
That didn't happen.
I don't know that.
You don't know that? Common sense would tell you if you pull a woman soaking wet out of a tub at 3 o'clock and call the police within 6 minutes, that everything will be soaking wet when the police arrive within 3 minutes of that.
Yeah.
That's common sense.
So how did everything dry up?
That's our question. Because
It
she
happened.
wasn't pulled out at 3 o'clock. It didn't happen.
Nope. There's a science behind evaporation, and that science is not matching
It's not magic.
3
Okay.
o'clock.
I can take a
Science.
shower at 6:30 in the morning, and at 10 o'clock at night, my towel's still wet. The shower even stays wet. I mean, it's just common sense.
The water was definitely filled up to where you said, but
That-
not at 3 o'clock.
That's the sliver of truth. There's blood in the water. There's another sliver of truth.
Mhm.
I know you think you thought of everything, but you didn't.
I don't think I thought of everything, and I've told you over and over, I don't know.
You do know. You have to stop saying you don't know, because you do know. You do, David. You do know. You know exactly what happened, because it was only you and her there. There was nobody else there. Nobody.
I don't know what happened when I wasn't there.
No,
There
I'm sure.
There had to have been close to well over an hour in the morning that I wasn't there, and well over 2 hours in the afternoon that I
Right,
wasn't
that's
there.
very possible that you left the residence. However, when you were there, whatever happened to her happened when you were there. It didn't happen when you were gone. It happened when you were there. And I wouldn't expect you to know what happened when you were gone. Nothing happened when you were gone.
She was already deceased.
Talk around in circles. Trust me. The evidence and her body speak for itself. And your story is BS. So you better figure it out before it goes too far. Because I'm telling you right now, nobody is going to believe that. Nobody. If you maintain that, you're going to look like a fool. Picture telling that story with your mother sitting there listening to that in trial. You're like,
As it's picked apart by as everything you told us is picked apart by everyone who testifies.
and we haven't even hit on everything.
We're holding some of it back, waiting to hear the truth. People can be sympathetic when they hear people be honest and remorseful. They can be empathetic to a situation that gets out of hand. But when people lie for hours on end and say, I know nothing about nothing, I don't know how she got that way, I thought she tripped and fell, I wasn't home, I was here, I was there, conveniently, you're not there. It's complete hogwash.
And we haven't even got the medical examiner's findings from the strangulation and all the things that go along with that. It's science. It's not guessing. It's medical science.
Plus everything we've done at your home tonight. We're still there.
So what time did it happen? Was it before you took the dogs or when you came back? Let's start with that. What time did this argument ensue? I'm gonna go with, from the story that you told us, I'm going somewhere around 11:30. 11:30, 12:30-ish. If you went for the walk around Lake Lucerne, Lake Davis,
Which we'll be able to prove.
yep. If you did that and came back, 10:35, 10:45 would be real close. Both cars were there, so I figured she decided not to go to the dentist. I told her I was going to take the dogs to the park earlier to play frisbee. I took dogs for a short walk, measured something to do with the stairs, looking to see how much room was left, and then took the dogs.
And you
to the
may
park
have done that,
at
but I don't think you did it at that moment.
11:45.
There's a sliver of truth. Maybe you measured the stairs, but not in that moment.
Do you guys normally text each other during the day at all? Like if you go somewhere, you shoot her a text, hey, I'm here, do you need anything at Publix? Pick you up lunch?
Thinking of you. Have a good day. What time are we going to get Jackson?
Sometimes, but we're so close. She would usually come down. She would usually do that a moment when she was free.
I find it very odd. We've all been in relationships in this room. That your last communication with her via on the phone was the day before. The evening of the day before when she tells you that Jim's on his way. I find it very odd that at no time at all on Tuesday that you all communicate via phone. That you're gone on the walk for over an hour, that you're at the park for over an hour and a half, or an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours. And there's zero communication between the two of you the entire day until you say you found her just after 3. Not a phone call, not a text. Nothing. My assumption is you don't call or text someone you know isn't going to read it. Can't read it.
It's all going to show in a pattern. And when the pattern breaks on Tuesday,
It's going to look very, very odd. They communicate every single day. But on Tuesday, her communication stops on her phone at this time, and oddly, so does his.
David, what we're telling you with all of this is it's all going to come out in the wash. It's all going to come out. We're trying to afford you the opportunity to say what happened.
And
'Cause
don't.
we know everything but that right now.
Mhm.
We know that something happened between you and her. She's dead. She's murdered. Intentionally or otherwise. She's dead. The evidence on her is it is. The evidence in the apartment is what it is. We can't rewind. I know you wish that you could rewind today. Believe me, I've had those days. Probably not to this degree, but I've had those days. But you can't. You have to move forward. And the best course of action for you is to tell the truth. What happened? This BS about 3 o'clock and tubs, and it's crap. It's crap. You know it's crap. It's a crappy story. Yeah, you don't know what happened when you were gone. I get it. But you know what happened when you were there. And that's what counts. Don't make it worse on yourself. You have to carry on. You still have your whole life to live. You still have your whole life. Where do you want it to go? How do you want it to proceed? You can't change the facts from today. You can't. The only thing you can do is improve on them, and that's by telling the truth. I know it seems like crazy, like holy shit. If I tell them what happened today, it's not going to be great. Who wants to admit that something happened and somebody died? Nobody wants to do that. I get it. But maintaining this crappy story is going to make it look like you don't give a crap about your dead wife. Think about where you want to be in the future. You still have a future. Now's your opportunity to make it the best it can be.
Do you want to elaborate on that? What do you mean? What do you mean I still have a future?
You still have a future. You still have a life to live. You're still breathing. You're a young man. You still have the rest of your life to live. I can't tell you what's going to happen to you. I don't know because you're not telling the truth. I can tell you that she's a lead detective in this. And if you maintain this BS, she has one choice to go with.
The narrative I choose to write, based on the facts that we know.
Right.
Whether it's true or not.
But it's what we have.
You don't want me to surmise what happened, do you? Just based on evidence, testimony? You want me to tell your truth, or do you want to tell your truth? Because if I tell your truth, it's probably going to be first degree, premeditated, and I'll make you probably look like an animal. I don't think that's fair, but you're not leaving me a lot of choice. Okay?
And then what happens?
You face the music.
Which is?
You face the music. You face a jury of your peers. You gotta understand, we're in control of the narrative here. You and I and Detective McClellan are in control of the narrative here. We're gonna know the truth when we hear it. David, we've been doing this a really long time. Okay? We're gonna know the truth when we hear it. It's gonna match what we already know. We've been extremely patient with you.
You're not going to be able to just BS your way out of this. You're not going to be able to maintain this and think it's going to go away. It is not going to go away. The hardest point for you to deal with is right here and now. Right here and now. This is the pinnacle. From here, you choose. I know it doesn't seem real. And they probably think, well, why would she be telling me the truth? Why would she be sitting here to try and help me? Because you're not the kind of person that we've both dealt with in the past. You're not that person. I could be home sleeping. I got a kid at home. No, don't be sorry, because this is my job. And I put forth what I think people deserve. And I think you deserve that. And I can't imagine how hard it is to sit there in your chair right now. But I know you have the ability, I know you're a strong enough man to step up when you made a mistake.
I'm overwhelmed. I appreciate the many kind things that you've said.
I'm missing what you're saying because of your suit that you're moving, but I'm kind of missing it. It's really loud, but I miss what you said because you're talking so low.
I'm sorry, it's following up. I appreciate the things that you've said and the genuine consideration and thoughtfulness behind it. I don't know what else I can say right now.
The truth.
I feel like everything that I have said, and I know you don't want to hear this, you told me over and over, the things that you call discrepancies still ring true and are, if not perfectly accurate, directionally correct. To everything.
If not perfectly accurate, directionally correct?
You're talking about things like evaporation rate and how wet something was. If I miscalculated how wet.
Directionally correct? I don't even know if I know what that means.
It just doesn't mean anything in this context.
Okay.
And
there only seems to be one thing, and I don't have that for you. I don't have the information that you're looking for. I'm so sorry.
You don't have the truth? David, you killed this woman.
I cooperated so I could give you all the information and all.
You cooperated because you thought that your language would overwhelm us, and you thought you could pull the wool over our eyes.
I don't think there was any effort to do that.
All of this, all these tangents, all this flowery, fancy language,
answers to questions,
all the details.
To questions that you asked. That's
Many.
I misinterpreted.
You know how many interviews I've done in 20 years? Hundreds. Okay? And I know the truth when I hear it. Hundreds. Especially from someone who should be acting one way and is acting another. Okay?
And is acting what?
You know, you fake cried for about 7 or 8 hours today. Not one tear came out of your eyes. Not one.
Nope.
Not one. Not on scene with the officers. Not in this room. You have fake cried over this woman's death since we made contact with you for hours. And every single time you fake cried, we wrote it down. Not one tear came out of your eyes, not one.
Nope.
Okay? We've been extremely patient with you for a very long time. I am losing my patience at this point because there is not a lick of remorse for what you did to this woman. Not even a little bit. Okay? I'm really starting to believe you wanted her dead. And I'm really starting to believe you planned it. David, because not a lick of remorse. Not even a little. You sat there for the last 2 hours and stared at her picture, and you haven't cried. Not one tear. You're staring at a woman you're telling us you're in love with, and you've done nothing the whole time. But close your eyes, huddle up, and protect your own ass. And that's all you've done. You've not shed one tear on that picture. Not one. You claim to love that woman. I would be under the fucking table in a ball if I was in love with that woman and she was dead. I would be inconsolable. I wouldn't even be able to utter the words or talk to detectives for 6 or 7 hours like you have. Okay? You've not shed one tear in that picture. And you've been staring at it since she presented it to you. 2 hours ago. Over 2 hours ago. You are not remorseful for what happened to her. You could give 2 shits about what happened to Shanti tonight. Okay? I told you she was murdered. Murdered. Someone took her life from her. And there's nothing. You can't even fake it. That's how much you could give a shit. You can't even fake it. I know you think your theatrics and your maybe some drama that you've had in your past was good. It was terrible. The officers on scene didn't believe you, and neither do we. You fucked up. That's the end of it. You screwed up. You made a mistake, whatever it is. I'm starting to believe it wasn't a mistake. I'm starting to believe that David wanted this chick dead. For whatever you might gain, for control, creative control of the house, so you can direct the build. I don't know what your motivation would be. But I know you stand to benefit. I know that the show that's going to happen is now yours. That all the decisions that are made are now yours. The $250,000 you tend to inherit, you can build the house of your dreams. Maybe never work again. I know there's motivation. Is it the accurate motivation? Maybe not. Is it what I'm going to paint you as? Probably. Because there's no more arguments over the house. You have complete creative control. You get the TV show. You get the $250,000. You get it all.
I don't get anything.
And you get to sleep where you want to sleep. You don't have to sleep in the garage with the dogs.
Are you kidding? I don't get anything.
You don't have to deal with her son.
How do you not?
The house is in a trust in your name. You never even filled out the notary paperwork to get her name on it. It's in your name. You understand? You get everything. You don't have to put up with her. You don't have to. She doesn't have to. You don't have to listen to it anymore. You don't have to sleep in the garage with the dogs anymore.
On a couch.
On a couch. You don't have to deal with it. She's finally out of your life, just like you wanted.
Your Lexus back.
Get your car back. You don't have to listen to it. You don't have to listen to her telling you how she's working her ass off and you're not doing shit.
You can clean the pool when you want. Not mow the grass.
For 3 years she's been bitching about it. You know what Jackson said? If Dave would just listen to me, that's what his mom says. If Dave would just listen to me, this would get done. He even mimics her when she says your name. And he does it perfectly, just like Shanti did it. If he just listened to me. But you don't listen, apparently.
She rules the roost. She's a pain in the ass. She wants it done her way.
She wants flat ceilings and flat floors.
Okay? She probably set the bill back by God knows how many months because she didn't listen to you.
And bitched about having to live in one room for 18 months.
She bitched about it. Her son told us she bitched about it. His father told us she bitched about it. And she blames you. She has blamed you the entire time. And after 2 or 3 years of hearing her bitch, or 2 years or a year and a half, however long you've been in that house, of hearing her complain every effing day about that house, and blaming you, belittling you, forcing you to sleep with the dogs in the garage.
Talk about being in the doghouse.
Treating you like treating you like the hired help. Take out the trash, clean the pool. She treats you like a landscaper, like the pool boy. She doesn't treat you equal. Probably because she's bringing in the money.
Or is it something else?
And when we're done talking to her friends and going through her phone and talking to her family, and they tell us all about your relationship.
And video.
And we prove your story is full of holes. And we prove when she died. And we prove where you were. Because honestly, after today, I mean, you've had ample opportunity, David, ample opportunity to tell us the truth. Okay? No one's going to accuse us of not giving you ample opportunity to tell the truth. Because you've had it. You've had a lot of it. So we're just going to prove you're full of shit and solve this case. And I'm glad you think that's funny. I'm glad you think that's funny. I'm glad you think that's funny. Okay? Because every time you smirk and smile,
Smirking and smiling.
okay, that's going to be seen as well.
Then what do you think? What happened? What happened between you and her today that caused it to end like this? What did she say to you? David, this is your life you're talking about, that you're closing your eyes through.
I'm not being disrespectful.
I don't think you're being disrespectful. I don't care about a level of respect right here. I think you're being ridiculous by closing your eyes when you have to think about what's ahead. It will prove where you were when she died. And when you are found to be at that residence when she died by being murdered, and you were the only person there, figure it out. He's motherless. Motherless. He's 8.
Look at him. Look at Jackson, how happy he was. Now think about what you took away from her, and from him. You're kind enough to let them spend time together, quality time together. Now what do I tell Jackson? David's a monster. The man living with your mom, who took your mom to the courthouse, swore to love and protect, honor, who said vows in front of God to do right by his mother, lied his ass off and killed her for the money. What do I tell Jackson? Jackson knows you guys fight. He knows you argue. He's young, but he's bright. Are we boring you? Look at his picture, David.
I have over and over.
How do you explain this? What are you going to tell Jackson? If you're going to sleep, I'm going to start writing. By all means, take a nap while your life's hanging in the balance.